Nan.
Hi.
I'm going to give you co-host capabilities, and then you'll be able to share your screen when you want to.
Perfect. Thank you.
Mhm.
I have unmuted myself per your instruction.
You just beat me to admitting somebody, and I accidentally clicked please unmute.
Sarah, have you seen James? He's been texting me, telling me he's having trouble. He can't seem to get in.
No, I haven't seen him. I just admitted a whole bunch of people, but if I was looking for him, when I saw you, I was looking for him.
Yeah. Let me text him again. I don't know. He sent me a photo of the agenda, so he's got the right link. I don't know what's going on. Let me text him again.
Try again, because we were in executive session and then we were recessed. So I was trying to keep an eye on the waiting room and let people in to just sit, but maybe he was in the waiting room and kind of timed out or something.
All right.
Kristen, the easiest thing is the hot link right from the town webpage.
Yeah, that's the one I use.
Right. You just the direct link and not cut and paste anything.
Yeah, that's how I always get in.
Okay.
Let me text him.
All right.
Okay. He said he hadn't. He'll go to that.
I'm keeping an eye out for him.
Everybody's in a new background. Megan, Emily, David. Everyone's mixing it up for the year.
I had to get out of that brown office that I was in.
But it looks like you still brought Bono with you in the corner.
Yeah, we're redoing our living room, and he's coming.
Do you travel around the house with him?
Yeah, he stays with me at all times.
I've allowed my 8th grader to be in this office for the past few days, so I wanted to put a bomb in it and find a different room, but alas, I just told him to clear off the desk.
I don't know where he is.
Yeah. Well, the good thing is that it's on YouTube.
It is concerning that people might not be able to get in, though.
I know that is concerning.
Well, he
Although
did.
plenty
said
in.
he said he didn't go to the town link. I told him to go to the town website, go to the, community meetings and look for that. I don't know what he was doing. I don't know if he was dialing in. I have no idea.
Oh, here he is.
All right, success. Yay.
Thank you, Chris, for helping me.
Anytime.
All right. Since James is here, I will officially call the meeting back to order at 7:04. All right, so we will kick off with commendations, and we have Matt Fox from the Veterans School here with us this evening. Matt, take it away.
Oh, thanks for having me.
Thanks for being here.
So many great things happen in school, but I picked a couple just to sort of chat about. The first, as chronicled in our Marblehead Reporter, our Cornerstones group is off to a great start to the year. They started first with handmade cards for residents of the Devereaux House. And then they also did a toys drive, a Toys for Tots toys drive right before December vacation. And they raised over 180 toys. It took 3 firemen to unload them from Julia's car. So that was great. The second commendation is really on behalf of all of our teachers who are being so creative throughout this different type of school year. But I'll highlight 2 of our teachers, Mr. McIntosh and Mr. Wachtel, our PE teachers. They are just kicking off with a new project that they're starting with the students. It's the National Parks Project. And what they're doing is they're combining physical activity with students learning about national parks and what kind of physical activities they can do in the national parks too. What they're going to do is students will progress from park to park virtually, accumulating miles through neighborhood walks, through runs, through biking, through swimming, rowing, elliptical machine, however they can accumulate miles. And they're going to be working on both individual and class goals. And they're going to get from park to park to park and learn about these different parks and some of the physical activities they can do there. So that's just one example of the tremendous amount of creativity that's happening in our building now. So those are my accommodations.
Thanks, Matt. That's fantastic. I love that idea. All right. School committee, does anybody have any commendations? Megan, I think you had said you have one.
Yep, I have one. So I just want to recognize Michelle Cresta, our finance director. She has been helping out with the town recently, and I think she's now officially the interim until they find, while they look to replace a few of their positions in their finance department. I think the fact that she can help out is a testament to the collaborative relationship that we've built between the schools and the town. So I'm just happy to see that this is one of the fruits of that labor. And I have to say, I forget that Michelle's only been here for a year. She's made such a tremendous impact to our school department, obviously with the work that, she and Bill and John did last year with the cleanup. And as she continues to work through that and put the controls in place so that we can have a much more effective financial management on top of her day-to-day job, which is, extensive anyway. So I think she always brings her can-do attitude. She's always willing to go above and beyond. And this is just another example of that. So, Michelle, I'm pretty sure I speak for the entire committee that we are so appreciative of you. And I just wanted to make sure that we, properly acknowledged your contribution, and thank you.
Thank you.
Seconded.
Well done. Thank you.
I just wanted to thank the teachers for the work that they did today to sort of process the events that happened in Washington yesterday. Teachers are often tasked with sort of being that on the front lines of, very similar to parents, of having to meet a kid where they're at and create a space, and whether that space is a space of normalcy so that the day can continue, particularly when we're talking about our youngest learners, or a space to process and decompress with our older learners. I was on the high school SAC meeting this afternoon, and 99% of the teachers and students who were in that meeting talked about having processed in multiple classes. Teachers talked about just really clearing the schedule so that could happen, and that that learning can take place around these events and how we deal with them at school levels. And I'm always very, very appreciative for the work that the teachers and all the support staff as well do to help our students in these difficult times. Anybody else? All right, then I will move us to our student representative, Dan Howells. I believe I saw him come in. Hi, Dan. Welcome tonight.
Hi. So this is our first meeting after break. So we're into the new year and we're ready to continue into the end of the 2020 to 2021 school year. So I'm sure there were a lot of students like me who spent a lot of the break working on college applications and getting the January 1st deadline applications in. But outside of that, I hope everyone was able to have a relaxing break. In regards to yesterday, I can echo Sarah, what you just said. Teachers were at the beginning of class kind of acknowledged the situation and offered up time to discuss it, because any way you look at it, it is unprecedented. So I appreciated that consideration by the teachers. So lots of work is currently being done on events in the future. As a class officer, we're currently looking at things like our prom, our senior show, and our senior banquet and things like this, because we have to look at it this far ahead to make preparations, to have alternatives ready, and things like that. So that's what we've really been busy doing. Urinetown, the musical, originally scheduled for last spring, will be going on in February. So it will be in the beginning of February, and I'll have more details at our next meeting, but it is continuing after a long postponement. It will be happening. And we are going back to school next week, I understand. I think this will definitely make students happy. The students enjoy, in-class learning because it really, remote learning, it's just not the same, and being in class is a good experience for the students. So yeah, there are a lot of things. I feel as though a lot of my reports are, this is what would be happening normally, but this is what we're doing instead. And I feel like that is just kind of the time, that is just the situation that we are in. So it is rather unfortunate, but I think that we are doing a good job of rolling with the punches and, still trying to stick to our, our annual traditions, events and things like that.
Thanks, Dan. I for one, and Sarah, I see your hand up too. I really appreciate your updates always, and I appreciate that you give that look at what we would have been doing and now what we are doing. And I think it really is a testament to the way that the students are all building resiliency. And as a therapist, I know that that's our best bet on how we come out of this in a strong way. And I think it's going to be just one more piece to your generation that's going to make you guys really unique and strong. So I appreciate that. I have one quick question for you. Actually, Sarah, I'll let you go because I'll let you kind of piggyback on that. And then I have a question for you.
Will the performance of Urinetown be virtual so that, the community can partake and see that? And if so, how will we find out about that?
Yeah, so we are going to be recording it all ahead of time, which is a certainly unique experience. So we're kind of organizing things now, and we'll be recording the videos in the next few weeks. And I honestly don't really know what to expect. But yeah, so the videos will be being compiled, put together into a plot, and it will be released. So the more specific details on where people can find that, I'm not sure yet, but once I know, I will bring it to the committee.
Perfect. I'm really excited about that. And then I wanted to see if we could, as a committee, make a formal written commendation to Dan for his service over the years and the contribution he's made. And I don't know if he'd want to, but then he'd have it as he kind of moves on his journey of applications. I don't know if anybody cares what we think, but an idea.
That would mean a lot. I really appreciate that. And I'm so glad to have had this opportunity, because this has been, really cool. Because only one student, has done this, the past 3 years, and getting a deeper look into, how everything is run has been really interesting. So
I think I speak for everyone. I say it would be our honor to do that.
Geez.
And then,
Absolutely.
Dan, we fully expect to see you run like soonish for school committee. You know the ropes. You know how this goes.
Dan, by run, she means run away. Okay. No. Yeah, absolutely, Dan. I'll work with Lisa offline, and we'll have a formal commendation written up for you, and so that you can have that as you move forward with applications and everything.
Well, thank you so much.
Certainly the least we can do to sort of a token of our appreciation and how much we think of you.
Thank you. I really appreciate that.
Absolutely. Great. And actually, my question was the same as Sarah's, so I no longer have one.
Okay.
That'll be really interesting, though, to see how it is, without an audience, the differing nights of the week that shows go off on. So. Yeah,
and there's written in stage directions of shake hand. It's like, but
right, yeah.
We'll figure it out. It out.
I'm sure you will. I'm excited to see that.
Yeah, I can't wait to see that.
Mm-hmm.
Way to be creative. I think that's great. It's just another example of, you guys pulling together and finding solutions. I think it's awesome.
Yeah, absolutely. Great. All right. Thank you, Dan. Always appreciate it. All right, so that leads us to public comment. If anyone wants to make a public comment, please use the raise your hand function and I will call on you. When I call on you, please state your name and address for the record. I see Cassie Kindle, you have your hand up.
Yes, thank you so much. I would just like to say that in view of tonight's busy agenda, I'd like to respectfully request a second public comment opportunity at the end of this meeting, so that parents and others can address the articles while the thoughts are still fresh. I believe that the community would appreciate this. Thank you.
All right, that's certainly noted, and I can ask for a motion for that at the end of the meeting. Okay, I don't see anybody else's hands up, so that will move us along to the approval of minutes. We just have one that ended up making it into our packet this week. The next from 12/17 will be in our second meeting this month. So can I get a motion to approve the minutes? Oh, actually, are there any additions or notes on 12/3 before I ask for Megan?
So I don't have any additions, but I wasn't here for that meeting, so I'll abstain from the vote.
Okay. All right, then can I have a motion to approve the minutes from 12/3/2020?
So moved.
Sarah moved.
Second.
David second. All right, all in favor? Sarah Gold, yes. Megan Taylor is abstaining. Emily Barron,
Yes.
Sarah Fox,
Yes.
and David Harris.
Yes.
All right, that motion passes 4-0 to 1. All right, John, that brings us up to the superintendent's report. I have metrics and reporting as our first point. Are you ready to do that? Are we taking these in order?
Yes. Yeah.
All right, sounds good. Take it away.
I'm just going to make a couple anecdotal comments on things that have happened so far. I think it was a year ago, almost to the day, when I was coming for my public interview here because I was referencing people needing to miss the Epiphany tree burning at the beach in order to attend the public interview. And I was touring the high school with Mr. Bauer, and I saw Urinetown as the musical. And I think I might have even chuckled with Dan saying, I'm glad that that musical will have passed. And maybe in the first year of the new superintendent, it'll be Charlie Brown or Snow White or something like that. But I'm glad that they're able to continue with that. And I too look forward to the show. And speaking of show, I will share my screen. We'll go through the metrics. Everybody see that?
Yes.
Okay, great. So the two things that I'm going to talk about tonight are COVID decision-making and communication. Today, we're going to look at two tools that will help us determine and also communicate our district's new response to COVID. The first is going to be a decision dashboard. And at the December school committee meeting, you all requested visibility into the factors and the metrics that we would use to determine which learning model we will implement in the schools. And that's simply really a distinction between when are we in remote learning and when are we in hybrid. And the goal of that is to clarify the factors which influence that decision making, to explain the complexity, inherent in this. It's not as simple as crossing a threshold, and to share a construct that will help guide this discussion moving forward. And then the second one is some families have requested that classroom level alerts be sent when a positive COVID ID case is presented. And the goal of my presentation tonight is, one, to validate the request in the very real and rational place that that comes from. I certainly understand the request and why parents want that information, and to explain the risks inherent in sending those more granular notifications, and offer an alternative into the case data that does not create stigma. And I'll speak to each of those. So before this presentation of what I am about to share with you, the following groups were part of the process in developing them. Certainly the reopening committee, which is all the building principals, the district administrative leaders, representations of CPAC and Metro, the Board of Health, the teachers union, and parents. The superintendent's health and safety advisory committee, which certainly has our public health director, doctors and nurses, parent. So that group got to see and weigh in on these. School committee was each afforded the opportunity to see both of these prior to us, I believe, leaving for the holiday break. And then our partners at the Marblehead Board of Health. First thing is going to be the decision dashboard. And this week, I don't know if it's because I'm bored, but I spent 3.5 hours at the Cambridge Public Schools school committee meeting because their superintendent had put forward this schools and the path to zero, moving them from potentially 6-foot distancing to 3-foot distancing. And one thing in that caught my attention was schools should use metrics of community spread as general points of information and not on-off switches for opening or closure. And sometimes I think we want to simplify and say, okay, if this happens, then that happens. And with COVID and these decisions, and you'll see as I bring the metric forward, that there are a number of factors at play and not necessarily one single factor that can ultimately make the decision. So the three main questions that drive the decision-making around these models: one, is there evidence of transmission in our schools? Two, is staffing at any school adequate to continue our in-person operations? And three, has the Board of Health indicated that in-school learning is safe or unsafe? And so here's the metric. And at first glance, it's overwhelming, but I'd like to take you through the steps and the components of it to hopefully better explain what you're seeing. First is the time and status at the top. And so there's a general timeline of where we are in the year, and then what modality of learning we're in. And so going back to November 30th, we were in hybrid, the 7th, the 14th, the 21st. We went into remote, and then the 4th this week, we're in remote. Next part of the metric is the public health information. And so what is the town color threshold? And you can see we have consistently been yellow. What is the town positivity rate? We've gone 2.6, 3.8, 4.3, 4.1 to 3.9. What are the average cases? And again, you can see the numbers across there. And is there any evidence of in-school transmission? The next part, I think, is very significant because as we get to the bottom, I'll further explain. But moving forward, some of these decisions will not be the district decision, barring some sort of a catastrophic rise across the community or an inability for the district to function, but would be made at the school level. So can the high school staff safely the building? And you see each of those color metrics for the schools. And in the weeks that we're in remote learning, clearly the staffing levels are appropriate. The bottom is where I really think the logic for our decision-making comes in. So at any point, we'll pause into remote if any of the following are true. If there's evidence of in-school transmission, and that's determined with our work with our lead nurse and the Board of Health. The staffing levels are deemed red by that school's principal. And again, this is a random figure that it would be greater than 10% of the faculty and staff are out for that day. That's very nuanced because, for example, at the middle school, they have 2 permanent subs, but they have teams of teachers. And so if there are a certain number of teachers on a given team at a grade level out, Mr. Fox might determine that he does not have adequate staffing for the middle school to be open that day. And so those would be building level decisions. And then the Board of Health or the school committee compels us to go remote based on rates of change, increase in cases 0 to 19, or capacity concerns. And so I've tried to incorporate the things that I heard school committee asking me, particularly the 0 to 19 and capacity rates of change. But it isn't, again, that singular factor that if this happens, then this is the decision. Several pieces go into that. And then the other piece, the other side of that is looking at, we will attempt full day to remain in hybrid if many of the following are true. And as you can see, no evidence of in-school transmission, the Marblehead yellow status, the average case below 50, the 0 to 19 case rates are not escalating, local hospital capacity rates are not deemed critical, staffing levels are green as measured by the principals, or a new unforeseen impactful dynamic has not developed. And so this is the decision-making dashboard that I think you have been asking for. And I will say on the principals listserv, superintendent's listserv, as of last night, people are asking this question still. are any of you using a dashboard or a series of metrics for going remote or remaining in hybrid? And so this is the proposal that I'm putting out as the basis for our decision making. Do you want me to pause here for questions or to move forward into Case Tracker?
I'll ask for any questions. Megan?
You have a few. John, can you actually go back a slide?
I can.
So, so this is really helpful. Thank you for this. And you're right, it is a little bit overwhelming looking at it for the first time with all the bubbles, but I do like, that we're tracking it, over time too. So I think that's helpful. One of the questions, we talked about this a little bit in terms of the staffing piece.
Yep.
That it does need to be building specific. So I think that makes complete sense. I guess my question is, though, how do we kind of translate that to notifying parents? Because I'd hate to be in a situation where it's, 7 o'clock in the morning. We're like, hey, we've got to go remote today. And then also in terms of implementation on that, would every school be in the position where they could literally switch like that to that full remote schedule? Because I know in the past we've kind of taken a few days to get into that situation.
That is certainly the goal, is that if it's made at the building level, if a building determines, then they would have the capacity to move into their remote schedules. And I know that Nan has been working with building principals to make sure that they're ready to do that, and everyone's favorite word, immediate pivot to a remote schedule. And yeah, the last thing we want to do is be sending out a school messenger call at 6:30 in the morning or 5:30 in the morning saying, hey, we're not going to be open village. It would hopefully be something that might be able to be predicted, but it can't be guaranteed predicted.
Okay. And the other question I had, I don't know if it's a question or an observation, but the piece with the, moving into a more closer to a full day hybrid. I guess for me, this one is just still a little, I guess I'm hoping we can make this a little bit more clear as we continue to work through it. I think it's a little bit unclear on when we say many of the following are true, like that's just hard for me to kind of say, well, is many for me is a different many for you? Is it all of them have to be, are there some of these, do we need to prioritize some of them? And also I guess I question on the local hospital capacity. How do we deem what is a critical number? So I guess just being 100% clear on some, making sure every point is clear.
Yep. I appreciate that, Megan. And there were originally numbers next to that. And I had feedback that those numbers really are not as helpful because those rates change.
Mm-hmm.
And so you might put that, okay, it's 85%, but is it both hospitals at that? And what if one hospital's at 75, but the other is at 95? Are you going to average the two? And so the pushback was, it's not clear unless you start delineating by hospital. And actually someone in an earlier meeting today raised the question about our proximity to Boston, that even though the local hospitals might have capacity concerns, the Boston hospitals wouldn't. So is that really a metric that you would want to use to make that determination?
Right. No, I agree with that.
Sarah?
So to kind of grow on that a little bit, I that many word, is it a majority? Is that what we're looking for? That because that's simple to say, because a majority, would be easy to kind of clarify. But as far as the hospital critical level goes, I know that there was a recent meeting with the town officials, with the CEOs of Beverly and North Shore Hospital, and those CEOs at that meeting labeled or declared or would, I'm saying, in this type of situation, if the CEOs of these hospitals are coming to our town and declaring critical levels, I think that's what that would, my assumption is that is what that is. If we're approached by these facilities as a town that says we're approaching critical levels, that would be a factor. It's not just us determining what their critical mass is on their own. So I'm assuming, at least. And then just for clarification, where it reads 0 to 19 case rate as are not escalating, I'm almost positive that is where the state breaks down the metrics of the age groups, the age group of 0 to 19-year-olds, which would be the demographic that we service. Mm-hmm. But I think for some people who don't obsessively track it the way I do, they might not realize what that's referencing. And are you looking at an increase of 50% for that?
We had not specified.
Okay, that's greater than 50%, so I didn't know. So for those items, I think that this is a great start, but if we're depending, going back to full day hybrid on these other items, I would suggest adding those items to the case tracker as well.
Okay.
So that, like, for instance, if one of the factors is 0 to 19 age bracket, add that line in. So that people who are following this to kind of plan their lives and prepare themselves, okay, we are 2 full-time working parents from home. Do I need to start kind of getting my ducks in a row? Is this likely coming our way? Don't have to then go jump around to the state website to find out where the 0 to 19 cases, like, it's one-stop shopping. Okay. Is my thought. So I think that this is a very useful tool. But I would suggest, or it's my belief that, first of all, I worry about this jumping on a daily basis. I understand the reason that you're saying, if you don't have the staff to supervise and teach children, we don't have the staff. It's just, it is what it is. But I'm very cautious about this idea that, families could be surprised suddenly by this. So that is a concern to me. But more so, emergencies happen. We have to shut down for a day or so here. But I do believe any closure that's longer than, XYZ days, I don't know if it's 3, if it's 5, whatever it is. But I mean, move to remote for any longer than a certain period of time, in my mind, would be a policy decision. What, like, in that, what is our policy for entering a remote setting for a period of longer than so many consecutive days? And in my mind, in that would be the school committee purview. And I really think that we are overdue as a school committee for setting a policy of at what point do we transition to, and through what mechanism do we transition to remote learning? And in my mind, that mechanism would be a discussion in a public meeting with a recommendation from John, with an outline of what's behind that recommendation, to include public interaction, because those people are stakeholders, and then a vote from the school committee to say, we will be entering into remote learning for this period. I just want to be very cognizant of, when we went into remote learning in the spring, this was not a local decision. It was a state directed order of the governor. School committees didn't need to vote. I mean, it was ordered. But as we choose it town by town, case by case, I do think that we as a school committee need to develop a policy of what constitutes a reason to go remote for more than, after 3 to 5 days, it's no longer an emergent situation. And I think it needs to happen in a public meeting, the decision, with a weighing in from the stakeholders.
So I actually think that is taken care of in the supplemental policy that we passed at the beginning of the school year. So that EBC, I feel like I'm leaving out another letter in there, emergency supplemental, the COVID one. There is language within that one that talks about, I should have printed it, about the superintendent with the advice and consent, I believe is the verbiage of the school committee, will make determinations, and then it kind of delineates a few different things. And I think that within there is the verbiage about a longer term closure like that. And I think we've done that. I think the high school, obviously that piece, we did not vote, but we did vote at our last meeting to affirm that John was to use the metrics and as guidance for this week. So, you know, I think we're not that far off on where kind of that policy puts us, and that if we can stick to that, I just think that I think that this whole conversation and this whole dashboard, there's no policy that we can put in that says at this point, and this point, you know, we'll go remote for 3 days. Like, I think that's been this conversation the whole time, that it's just not as simple as that.
Well, and I agree 100% with that. That's not what I'm saying at all. I think the issue I'm coming from is when the decision was made that we would go remote a week before and a week after school vacation, there was no advise and consent from the school committee. And that piece was an important piece, and not just because it does fall under our purview in that policy, but more so because doing it at a school committee meeting gives the public a chance to see what are the pieces that are walking into it, what is going on, and gives them a chance to enter into a discussion or a statement, if you will, of what their feelings are. I want to make sure that we are making these decisions with that policy in mind. If it needs some more clarification, if we just need to adhere to it more so, but it was not made, that decision was not made with a vote, or with advise and consent of the school committee.
Well, I think we did give our consent. If we didn't want those weeks to go remote, we would have voted against it.
We didn't vote to the week prior, Sarah. There was no vote.
Not for those 2.5 days. No, we did not. But for this one,
we didn't, other than yourself, none of us knew that was even going out until we found out through the public.
So I'm not going to rehash that because that has kind of, been apologized for. And, I think I feel I'm frustrated because I think underlining this, or, kind of underlying this, this conversation is the reopening committee. And, I feel like since the fall, there's been a push-pull with that committee that, it's like being in a Goldilocks thing. Like, sometimes at first we were too cold, we weren't being used enough. Now we're too hot, we're being used too much. And, so as the lone representative on that committee, I actually would like to ask for another school committee member to join me on that committee. I think it would be helpful. I think, Sarah, you've sat on multiple committees within the reopening realm. So, I think it would be completely appropriate for Megan to step onto that committee as vice chair, to support the view of the school committee a little bit more robustly as well. Because I definitely try to sit in those meetings and speak on behalf of school committee, but, I am my own person as well. And, I definitely don't do that job perfectly. So, that's kind of my thinking on this, and sort of where my frustration with the pushback from the committee has been. Emily?
So I agree that we need to adhere to this policy, or the policy that we did vote on for the emergency supplemental for this year. I think it's really important that we start doing this because I feel like, yes, we haven't been making been able to advise and consent on some of these decisions. So I think if there is a way that we can state now that going forward, we will go do it in a process that we've been asking for, that we are provided the information in a public meeting and can vote to go into these longer remote sessions, go back into hybrid when that is the possibility also. And I think it's just really important for everyone to see how these decisions are made, because they're big decisions. There's a lot of information that goes into them. And now that we have the dashboard, we can kind of see more about what is, making these decisions come about. But I think being able to talk about them and have it presented to us and presented to the community, I think that's just going to make things kind of go smoother and just, be more on board. So I don't know how we do that, but I think we need to state from now on, like, this is what is going to happen because we've set it in a policy. I don't know.
Megan?
I think it was really good that you referenced that policy, because we put it together kind of in the heat of the moment back in August, I think it was, or early September. So I'm glad that you referenced that, and I just went back and reread it. So, I concur with Sarah and Emily, and I think, I've kind of been saying the same thing for a while now. Like, I think that reopening committee is vital, absolutely, because of the breadth of representation that's on it. But really, let's use it, to vet those options and make those recommendations. And then just so we can have the conversation, like Emily and Sarah said, in public, so that everybody's aware. I just think it'll just make the process smoother also for all of us. And Sarah, I'd be happy to sit on that committee and support you in that role too.
Thanks. Emily?
I also, if we can make sure moving forward, like I know when you watch the Board of Health meetings, Helene gives a recap to the committee about, everything that happens at those meetings. And I'll be honest, like I chimed into those meetings to get the recap. If there's a way to get that out in a timely manner to the school committee, that would be, I think, really helpful, just so that as things trickle out into the community, we can be all on the same page. We can say, I heard about that, and these are the reasons behind it, and we can work as a team to kind of all know what's going on.
Mm-hmm. Okay, I can do that, and I can definitely, especially with the help of Megan, can get that out. We just want to be careful that we're not obviously emailing back and forth.
Yeah, information sharing is fine, just deliberation is not.
Right. Emily, did you have something?
I was just going to say, adding another member of the school committee to that reopening committee, I think that's going to also be helpful. So I forgot to say it when I spoke before, but I think that is another great solution so that we can get that information. And it's not just like on you, Sarah, for like having to, just spread it out a little bit. So great.
Sorry, I also forgot to mention something. Is that and John, correct me if I'm wrong here, but I think the minutes for those meetings are going out on the Back Together Marblehead website too. So like, for community and for school committee, I mean, definitely reference that too, because I know over the summer and fall, that was a good resource for myself also, to look back, but just so people know that that's there.
Sure, absolutely.
All right, I think we're ready to move forward.
Well, I guess that it's not on the agenda for you to vote, but based on the conversation, first, let me say that the conversation is very helpful for me, particularly with the language, because many was changed from most, was changed from all. And so your feedback there is helpful to me because language is important, and I'm not trying to dodge, but I'm also not wanting to give people a false sense of, okay, 3 out of 5, and he only had 2, and then they made the recommendation to. So I really think this decision logic is the biggest part of this graphic or information metric for people. And so the increase in the case count and that conversation we're going back to hybrid on Monday. Is that something that the committee feels they want to endorse or vote on or recommend based on this conversation this evening? Public health metrics are released, and I will anticipate a rise this week, but I'm not sure that it will move us to not being in hybrid, but I want to put that out to the committee in case that's something before we move away from this, they want to have a conversation about.
So I'm 100% in favor of going back into hybrid this coming week. I think that the conversation that I'll draw from the conversation in the reopening committee over the past at least two meetings that we've had is that evidence of in-school transmission piece is huge. And the article that John referenced, I'll actually I'll try to remember to send that out to the committee because it was a great article. And then there's another article that a community member had, or a website that a community member had given to me this past weekend that I'll send out as well. And so for myself and from where I sit, that evidence of in-school transmission is huge. I think the piece with the building and staffing is the kind of that variable that very well could toy with in-person versus remote the most in my mind. Because although I really, really do not and have not throughout all of this want to be reactionary, and so that the idea of an in-school waiting until there's an in-school transmission makes me nervous, but we have a lot of data at this point, and we didn't in September. And so the longer we've gone with this, and that evidence of in-school transmission on a large scale isn't there either. And so I feel very confident in our mitigation practices and that we can safely re-enter the schools next week, having taken a breath around the holidays and around all the stress and the surges and everything, taken that breath to kind of rewrite the system and push forward, hopefully very successfully, as we move into the spring.
Okay.
Yeah, Sarah, I agree with you there. I absolutely support getting the kids back in school next week for sure. And that transmission, in-school transmission, is a key piece of information, I think. I agree.
Can I just ask to clarify a question? John, so are you saying that it would be most, not many, or are you saying that you can't pick a word?
I can't pick a word is what I was saying is I changed it to many probably yesterday or even today because the word just wasn't resonating with me. I think it was all at one point, and I thought, well, that it's probably not likely ever to be all.
Okay. I was just trying to figure that out. And can we just state for families, like I know it's very hard because I think teachers can call in up into a certain hour or amount of time before school. So that piece of having sufficient staffing is hard, but I'm wondering if we can just for anybody that's at home with particularly the younger kids, that's really worried that, wait a second, could I really get an all call at 7:30 when I'm packing everybody in the car that we're home that day, that there would be hopefully maybe a time deadline by when the call would be made each day. Like you won't get a call past XYZ time, and or where they would go to for that information.
Yeah, I think those are great questions. I will work with reopening on Monday to determine that time and the notification system that we would employ.
Okay.
The immediate one would be school messenger with a robocall.
Okay.
And just speaking from my vantage point of having come through the holidays and sat on this committee, but also working in a school, obviously there can be sort of just a mass need for call outs in any given day, and that's kind of unforeseeable. But I think the way that I foresee this moving into the future is that it's going to be a buildup of these pieces that, as we did before the break, kind of seeing the system become more and more taxed, seeing more and more quarantines needed and people calling out more regularly. there absolutely could be a point where we would get a call at the last minute, but I think that there's going to be the ability for a longer dialogue or a longer lead up to, MHS isn't looking great. It's been a tough week last week. We're going to see, where we're at this week, that those types of communications to be able to be kind of pushed out.
So
Emily?
I'm sorry, Emily.
Hold on, sorry.
Can I just say one last thing about the slide previous? Do you mind going back? So under the attempt full hybrid many, but no matter what, it'll be presented to the school committee for a vote, correct? For our consent, if we were to switch to a full day hybrid, any kind of change to that?
Oh, yes. If we are going to dramatically change the in-person hybrid model from half day to full day, or an AM cohort, PM cohort, or reduce the distancing from 6 foot to 3 foot, that dramatically alters what we presented to the community in the reopening plan. And so I can envision that not only would that have to go out to school committee for a vote, but we would have to offer families an opportunity to revisit their model choice, particularly with the distancing.
I just wanted to make sure, because on the other one, it said, the Board of Health or school committee asked us to go remote, but on this one, it's not on there. I'm just trying to make it clear everywhere that it's not just a decision that'll be made. There'll be, process to it.
So just in sticking with that policy, can I ask for a motion to affirm John's decision to enter back into a hybrid model starting Monday, the 11th?
So moved.
Megan moved.
Second.
Emily seconded. Any further discussion on that? All right.
I would
Sarah,
like to see the next slide first, and how we're gonna hear how we're gonna handle transmission or cases in the schools, but we can always.
All right. Well, sorry. If we need to revisit it, we can revisit it. Sarah Gold, yes. Megan Taylor.
Yes.
David Harris.
Yes.
Sarah Fox.
Yes.
And Emily Barron.
Yes.
All right. Thanks, guys. That motion passes 5-0. All right, John, take it away.
All right, put your seatbelts on. We're going to move right through this in terms of the dashboard, because I know that you have seen it. So families have requested that the classroom level alerts, and I talked about, I very much understand that, but want to speak to why that isn't always possible. Lots of our, all of our decisions for reopening have been grounded in these principles that we put in the reopening plan. And you can see there of paramount importance is the safety of students and staff. And I think we've done a really great job with mitigation efforts and safety practices in both classroom activities and co-curricular activities. Equity and fairness paired with responsibility to protect social emotional health of students and families. And so we have grounded our decision in that as well. We tried to be transparent and communicate to the best extent possible. And certainly even this evening, some points have been raised where we can improve our communication efforts, and I take that feedback. And then the ability for voice and choice for families to be able to move at the quarter or the trimester breaks from hybrid to remote or remote to hybrid. And so having this information, I want to talk a little bit about stigma, that if we get too granular with our notifications, I worry that it could lead to social stigma. And that leads to labeling, stereotyping, potentially discrimination, and other negative behaviors. And so much of what goes into our work in COVID is based in the unknown, and the unknown generates fear. And so 2 examples that came to mind for me were smoking as a public health crisis and HIV/AIDS. And I just put some information there of how social stigma impacted those through identification, and then how people use the identification information. The CDC advises that community leaders like boards of health and school
One back.
Sorry.
Sorry.
Can prevent stigma by maintaining the privacy and confidentiality of those who may be part of being investigated or being positive. That, coupled with safety concerns, we inform individuals who are considered close contacts. And so I'm hoping that this case tracker will help people to see kind of a linear view over time of the cases week by week, where we are seeing cases, and then over time, the total number of cases that impact our in-person students, in-person staff, remote students, or remote staff. The concern for stigma for me is our cohorts are very small. And so in-person students, I was at Glover today, and walking around, there could be a classroom of 8 learners. And so if I send a letter to a cohort of 8 families that a student in your child's class, it then isn't very difficult to ask your son or daughter who hasn't been in class. And again, that information may happen, but I think that with our more general notifications and this tracker, we will hopefully get to the information or the clearer information that people are hoping for.
So this tracker, John put it out to Reopening First, and there was a significant conversation around the data that was in it, and even this data being able to identify people and the concern around that. So, again, just as kind of an overview of how this has been vetted. There's a lot of support behind this, but some of the concerns were absolutely talked about as well. Sarah, were you about to say something?
Of course, now I get a cough. Yes. So I hear what you're saying, and I can see it from that side, but this is not, I mean, like I've made the point before, we send home letters for lice. We've sent home, and you want to be a stigma. I mean, you're be the mom of kids that like just gave 12 other kids lice. So, it happens. But we send home letters for strep, for lice, for all these different things that aren't, to the level of COVID. It doesn't make sense to me that we wouldn't notify a family that there's a case of COVID in your class. And the reason behind that is there are families that are walking the line, that have identified how important in-person learning is for their child. And they're really rolling the dice because they may have other medical needs in their home, or they care for an elderly grandparent, but they're walking this line of sending their students to get them the benefit of in-person learning, knowing that when this comes up, they will have a conversation with their healthcare provider, with grandma's healthcare, and make the decision for getting too close. It's too dangerous for our family. And I think by not sharing that information, we're actually making in-person learning not accessible to more students. Like if that was a letter that we were going out, I'll give the example of my own personal life, then I could actually think about sending my older children to school. But without that information, it's too great of a risk in our particular situation. So I think by bringing out these letters, we actually could open up in-person learning to more students. And I think that has to be our goal. I think you outlined the priority on a slide one or two slides ago that said the priority is the safety and health of our students. And giving this information does make students who are walking that line safer, in my mind.
Can I just comment on that? So, Sarah, as you know, I am one of those families that hang in that balance. We live that every day. And so I'm just going to play devil's advocate for a sec, just to add to the conversation, because I just think this situation is very different from a normal year where kids, especially younger kids, are so much more close, working closely together. Right now, we've got the protocols in place. We've got masking, we've got social distancing. Those things don't exist in a normal classroom. And then we have the contact tracing. So if anyone has been a close contact, those people are notified privately. So I guess that's the piece that I say, I have to also take into consideration to the conversation.
Yeah.
And John, go ahead, David.
Well, I would say that first, and thanks, Dr. Bucky, for pulling this together and leading this conversation and clarification. And I would second that, we make available the schools in the path to zero, which I think is a very comprehensive document that, has been put together by the Brown School of Public Health and the Edmund Safra Center for Ethics at Harvard University in New America. It has a lot of really good information in there, and I'm no more of a expert in this, but we all need to sort of come together and look at the science and look at what's happened, and I think it was important that at the beginning Dr. Bucky did talk about that. We've learned a lot from March when we didn't know much about the pandemic and how to maintain it, and that the metrics of the community shouldn't be used as this on-off point. I think that's a key point, because we've really done a lot to make our schools safe. And so I just wanted to emphasize and second also what Megan said, because one of the key pieces of this report, again, and I think we all know this, and we all have heard from Michelle Cresta, the amount of funds that have been invested in making our schools safe and what we're doing on a daily basis. But achieving building safety within community spread and the most important elements of infection control. Certainly, as we've just said, it's universal masking, it's hand and bathroom hygiene, it's air exchange, it's social distancing, and it's robust quarantine and contact tracing policies. So I think in that context, as Dr. Bucky said, if a situation arises, I think we have those things in place. And I think people that have been in contact with someone will be notified. And I don't think we should be creating, this additional community fear that and identifying, who has COVID and where the COVID is and what classroom they were in. I think we need to rely on the professionals that we have in place, Marblehead Board of Health, all of the people, our school nurses and everybody that's actively involved. And when we look at the metrics that now we're doing it on a school by school basis. So if we have an instance at, say, the Coffin School, we're not going to close the high school, but we'll notify the appropriate people. And I certainly have the trust in the staff and Board of Health that those controls are in place. And I think that's one of the best ways we can do is to make sure, we're going forward. And I think this dashboard at a high level does give people some information. And I think it also, John, if it's cases to date, a total of 25 students in person and 17 staff. I mean, let's look at that. I mean, I think it reinforces that schools are in fact safe. A lot of effort has gone in to make sure schools are safe, and I just don't know if we need to do anything more than just make sure people are informed, make sure that we know what the metrics are, and make sure that we have these protocols in place in the schools. And the last piece, I'm sort of jumping back a little bit, but Dr. Buckey, I think there are some opportunities also. There continues to be this emphasis on which groups, where the priority should be first. Is it K to 5, and then is it 6 to 8, and then is it high school? And there does seem to be some science and literature and discussions around the focus on the needs of the younger students and getting them back to school first. And maybe there could be a situation in our district where, the high school is in remote, but we still have, K to 3 in school, as an example. Just putting that out there.
I'll say, David, that those conversations are ongoing. And certainly if it were up to me as a singular decision maker, I would have our students back in school with limited distancing 5 days a week. The factors that make that possible are out of our control. And so
Right.
The reopening committee talks about, can we go to 4.5 foot distancing? Can we go to 3? Could we bring our kindergartners, first and second graders? And those are ongoing conversations, but they engender transportation questions. They, people, speaking to Sarah's point, that when people made a decision whether to be in person or hybrid, they did so with an understanding of 6 foot distancing. So if we
Right.
make that change, are they going, I think it would be fair to put
Right.
that back out and let them make the selection. Oh, I don't want to go back for that. So it's not, and I really appreciated the Cambridge Public Schools superintendents, it's not that light switch. And so the conversations have not ended. We continue to look for ways to bring more learners in for longer periods of time, but we are also up against several variables that we have to figure out in order to make that possible.
Right. And I thanks for that. And I think that's the hard part for me as a committee of 5, and then certainly we have the support of all the other groups that make these decisions, the reopening committee and your committees and people that are reviewing it and the administrative staff, is to try and understand what the desires are of parents, and not actually knowing what the comfort level is with parents that want their kids back in school, and then also balancing that, of course, with the safety of our staff that are in our schools, which I think is in line with those elements of infection control that have been put in place. But it's a difficult balance, but it just seems to me that there are, it's hard for me to make a decision for a community of 3,000 students where parents want their kids back in school, or parents have the option of keeping their kids in remote learning, where we are giving parents both options, and it's not one or the other. And I'm not sure. Well, I'm not sure that we've really been able to measure what the majority of parents want for their students, and I don't know that I have the answer to that.
And I just want to jump on Megan's comments, because Megan's comments actually were almost verbatim what the lead nurse, Deanna McMahon, stated about why it would be drilling down too much, and why it's really not necessary. And I think it'd be a different conversation if we were seeing transmission in school, as we do when there's lice in a classroom or strep in a classroom, but we're not seeing anywhere any kind of large scale transmission in schools when mitigation efforts are in place. And
Good
so
point, right.
I think I understand the fear behind it. I send my kids in, I worry about it, but fear is one thing, data is another.
So I guess I'm really coming at this from two angles, but one of them is, and I wonder if it might be helpful to ask the remote families what it would take for them to come feel safe bringing their students back, because I'm hearing from a lot of parents that are in my situation that this is the piece, that it's this notification piece, that if they knew they could make their threshold to when they could pull their children back, that they could give their children this opportunity that all of your children have. And it's that piece, but
I think that's a little bit of an oversimplification, unfortunately, though, because I think, to John's point about stigma, is that the concern is that if we start letting people know that there's a case, then people are going to stop reporting their cases. And so we're actually going to be making things less safe than where we currently are, because we have a system of trust built where we can have families report and then have them be able to remain anonymous, as quite frankly, our health department and our nurses are ethically demanded to maintain the HIPAA stuff on that. So, I actually think putting out too much information wades us into a bit of a legal piece too.
Well, actually, the COVID provisions aren't, there's a lot of re-ruling on HIPAA and COVID and all of that. So I think that isn't as much of a factor as actually you think it is. But the piece is, honestly, when a student's missing for 14 days or they show up in our remote kids class for 14 days, it's really not hard to put two and two together. I mean, the families are figuring it out after the fact. The issue here is I think they're looking for the schools to tell them before they said, hey, Johnny comes home and says, Sally was out for the last week or whatever. I mean, it's happening. Parents are happening. We're identifying it. It's just not coming in a forthright manner, the way the strep letter, the flu letter, all of that. I mean, last year when we got the flu letters, we kept our kids home because that was our family's need. Listen, it affects a small population of students and families, and that's what it comes down to.
So I will say I put the question out to the superintendent's health advisory group and to a person, the former commissioner of public health for the Commonwealth, a college health director, physicians, nurses, Deanna McMahon, Andrew Petty. No one recommended giving these letters out for the expressed reasons that have been given. And I agree with you, Sarah Fox, 100%. People are figuring it out. That's what they do, but it's different than the school announcing it and them confirming it.
So I'll assume now that our mindset has changed, the flu and the strep letters in the future will stop.
John, correct me if I'm wrong, actually.
I'm not sure why you would make that parallel.
Well, if we're not sending a letter home about one of the deadliest diseases we've seen in 100 years, I have to assume we're not going to send it home about the flu or strep or lice, which isn't even a public health threat.
Deanna actually in that meeting expressed kind of some, I don't know what the right word is, concern or kind of like, yeah, that those letters are maybe not the most useful and the most necessary at this point.
So then we'll discontinue sending those letters.
So yeah, I think we can certainly revisit that policy. And I also think too, I think it was Megan who made this point. When we are sending those letters, it's because our kids are functioning in a normal manner, and they're on top of each other, next to each other in a table, and they're, you know, wiping their hands, and they're going to the bathroom and washing their hands, and then they're not doing it for another couple of hours. All incredibly different circumstances than what the reality of in-person learning is this year. And they're also, they're unmasked, they're eating together, they're spending 6.5 hours together, as opposed to the you know, 4 that they currently are a couple days a week.
Well,
Right, and I think
well, and I think the things that you're talking about, you know, aren't subject to the kinds of. I mean, I'm not a professional on. I mean, lice was brought up. I don't know how it gets spread, but once again, there's been a lot that's been done in the last 6 months around COVID, social distancing, wearing masks, air exchange. And I just think it's a different kind of thing. I think we also know more about the flu, and maybe that will be handled differently. But I think, yeah, I think these numbers, this screen that's in front of us, also just continues to speak for itself. I mean, the students just aren't super spreaders, and 44 cases to date, and 25 of them are in-person students. And I think we have the proper protocols in place that if there is close contact and people need to go in quarantine, that will happen. But I think with the masks and the social distancing and what we're doing now is probably better than when students are not in school and are down at Seaside with no social distancing and no masks on. So I saw that in the fall, and we have cohorts, and we can clearly identify. So and I have confidence that if it's a staff person, or when we had a custodian that, we knew that the person hadn't been in the building for the last 7 days, and then they tested positive, and there had been no close contact, because all of that background work was done by the staff and Dr. Bucky to make sure that contact tracing, was in place to make sure, and then, if people needed to be in quarantine. So, I mean,
And if we were functioning in a normal way, like no distancing, no masks, and just in classrooms, as some countries have attempted to do, and very quickly have had to pull remote again, you would be knowing about it in a classroom, because everybody would be close contacts, and everybody would be being contacted by the Board of Health and the school nurses. And so when you're a close contact, you are contacted and told not who has it, but that there was a case, and you were identified as a close contact, similar to when a letter goes home about lice or about strep or the flu, saying essentially your kid is a close contact. Just different language, because all of this is we've got a lot of different language around the way we report things at this point.
Yeah, Sarah, that point I was going to make.
I just want to clarify that we will no longer, as a district, be sending out emails that say there's a case at Coffin, there's a case at the high school. You will see where the cases are within the Marblehead public school system, but there will be no notification or noting in what school these cases are.
I guess I'm not hearing that that's a decision that's been made in this meeting. I guess, is it something that should be discussed? Maybe, but I didn't hear that decision being made. And I personally don't think it can be made without, taking advice from John's Health and Safety Committee and the health.
I could have totally misunderstood. I thought this tracker was taking the place of those letters.
No.
Okay.
No, and that conversation actually did occur at reopening as to whether or not, again, to not disclose too much about where these cases are and where they're happening, would this tracker take the place of those letters? And that it fell off. This is an addition to that.
Right. And I thought this tracker, to be perfectly honest, Sarah, I mean, we talked about this back before the holidays, that it would be helpful to have, a dashboard of sorts. And this is part of the dashboard of what metrics on the previous slide we're going to be tracking. And then if you take, you have the layer of the state of the Massachusetts, and then the total cases in Marblehead, and now we're giving another layer here within the public schools. So I thought that was definitely a good response by the superintendent to something that you asked for. And I think this is beneficial. I think hopefully it will give people a better understanding, and as you say, to make informed decisions about how they want to approach sending their kids to school and their comfort level or not. So
I honestly read this as a replacement to those letters, and that we were going to be getting less information, not more. So as long as those letters are still going out when they're, I mean, obviously I would prefer there's a case in your classroom, but in the absence of that, there's a case in this school is an important letter. I thought this literally was replacing those letters.
That was actually a conversation in reopening, and no, that was not communicated as a replacement mechanism.
I think this goes also to exactly like David was just saying, the overall stress on the system that we talked about, at our last couple of meetings, where if we've got a bunch of teachers and quite frankly, a bunch of students, and because the stress on our remote system as well is a thing. So, this goes to highlighting and keeping people abreast of where is our district at? How much stress are we under? What are we facing? And it also pulls out, I think one of the problems and the frustrations I have with that 0 to 19 reporting from the state level is that it's 0 to 19. Like, I would much rather see it take out most of the college students at 19, because I think especially for a little while, it was kind of confounding our data a bit and making it appear differently. I think that's evened at this point, but I think this then, given the 0 to 19 statistics, and this digs down a little bit deeper onto where we're at as our school district with the children who attend our classes.
So I just wanted to say that I really like this dashboard. I think I know other districts are doing something similar, and that's kind of what guided this. And so I think we can continue to do that and see what other districts are doing and reach out and say, how are you dealing with this? And if something happens with in-school transmission, I mean, how do you deal with that? Since we luckily, knock on wood, haven't had to deal with that, but other districts have. So maybe we reach out to them. How do you make it known or whatever? So that might just be a good way to kind of keep looking at what other places are doing and kind of, take knowledge from them and use it for us as well to keep everybody informed about what is happening.
And I think it's important to highlight, Emily, just on top of that, is that if we change our distancing in our classrooms, there will be a lot more information and contact tracing going on, because we will have, all of these official quarantines, they will impact how much information is given to individuals in classrooms, because we will have more of them.
Right. And I just wanted to go back to what David said a while ago about getting our youngest students into the building more and the need for that, and just kind of where we are, or where you, John, and your teams are at getting to that point.
Yep. It's an ongoing conversation on what vehicle or what means. Is it better to do shorter amounts of time every day? So for example, kindergarten in 2.5 hours, an AM cohort, Monday through Friday, 2.5 hours a PM cohort, or is it better a full day in the current model that we have, the Tuesday? So teaching and learning, I know Nan is engaging with that group to have these conversations. all of them have the inevitable yes, but when you're looking at a particular model. So they're weighing the benefits of that, but everyone is, you know, as I've said before, if it were up to me, we would be back in person, full time, full days. It's just the capacity and the logistics to get there are not possible right now. And so we have to chip away at those variables where we can make some headway to either increase the frequency or the duration of time.
One last quick thing, John, about the reopening piece is I would like to see sooner than later kind of there start to be a plan looked at for how we'll approach next school year. As it is right now, we don't have any vaccine approved for definitely, I think, children under 12, but possibly children under 16. And I think it's probably unlikely that we'll get one approved for those younger students in enough time to implement it for the fall. Hopefully we'll find other mitigation ways to get more students in for the full day or the whole day or whatever, but we will still have a demographic of students that will not be able to return. So I want to make sure we're starting that dialogue and planning now and not waiting till, you know, July or whatever. I'd rather have the plan ready and say, we don't need this and we're ripping it up. But I think that, you know, learning from the past, let's try to get that playbook ready, because I think it will be highly unlikely that we will not have a need for remote programs in the fall.
I would say the call with the commissioner today, he sees full in-person in schools in September as a hope. And again, I agree with you, the vaccination would not be, well, there's not a vaccination currently for our youngest learners, but this is the same Department of Education that is gone from red towns in remote to red towns in person to 6 foot distancing to 3 foot distancing. So it's certainly a commissioner and a department that is willing to look at planning for next year with the hope of full in person.
And I think that's the goal, and that will probably happen for the majority of students, but there will be a measurable number of people that will need to be remaining in this remote format. So I think we need to plan for that no matter what.
Agreed.
And I think it is an important note on that. I agree with everything you just said, Sarah, and that once we have our adult population vaccinated, that it becomes significantly easier than, you know, we know we can fit our students in at 3 feet. So school may not look normal next year, but it'll be a whole lot more normal than it is this year. Where, you know, I am very, very hopeful that we will have all of our students, you know, aside from the smaller contingent that needs to remain remote, but all of our students back in the buildings. You know, they may need to be masked still, but you know, all of them back in, possibly distanced at 3 feet and full days. You know, that's as I talk to the healthcare professionals in my life and continue to read, I think that is it seems to be a very realistic hope.
And maybe it's that for that smaller population, if we start planning this far ahead, that we find a way to get them in a manner that meets their high-end safety requirements. Maybe there's a group that has 10 feet. I just think that we have to start planning now, because there will be a group, and it's not going to be 2 kids that will require that.
So with the permission of the chair, I'd like to jump an agenda item and do my calendar piece before we move to Nan for the teaching and learning.
Absolutely, go ahead.
Next slide. If I had $1 for everyone that I say calendar to who either outright laughs at me or gets a look of terror, because I guess there's quite a history in the district with the academic year calendar. And so I have begun working on the calendar, and I just wanted to show you a graphic of what I have done. I've pulled out past district calendars to see how we have scheduled things. I've done outreach to other districts, talked to Newton, Brookline, Swampscott, and Wellesley. Swampscott and Wellesley superintendents both said, third rail, John, academic year calendar, new superintendent, avoid calendar, which I didn't take as comforting, but it seemed to be in line with what I was hearing here. The discussion started Tuesday with the Marblehead Educators Association in terms of a start date for next year, professional development days, half days, which I understand has a rich history here, as do conferences. So those conversations have started. In my past district, that was all dictated by the collective bargaining agreement. And there's more flexibility here than I was used to. So I appreciated the conversation with MEA on calendaring some of that for next year. I've called on some community leaders for how the calendar has played out in the past and how certain things have been scheduled. And so I put together a draft number 1, and I joke because in my former district, the superintendent got up to draft 19 with a calendar that he was doing. It is my sincere hope that I do not get to a draft 19, but that I have something for you to look at the, I guess it's the January 21st, I have the date wrong there, January 21st meeting. And that's all I got on calendar, unless there are questions.
Great, thank you.
I would just make the suggestion that we learn from this year and get as consolidated as we can with getting as many days in as we can right from the get-go, and just take it from there.
Thank you.
Good luck, John.
Thanks. All right, then I will
All right.
stop sharing my screen and
Nan, you can start sharing your screen. Welcome. Oh, you're muted.
I got John a pair of socks, 2 pairs of socks that says you're muted on it. So it seems to be the quote of the year. So happy New Year, everyone. With all of that conversation that we have just engaged in, I want to add that during all of the school visits that John and I have been on this week, there is such dedication and skillful teaching happening in classrooms. So with all the conversations that we have about, going deeper into all of this work that makes in-person and remote learning happen, I'm telling you, it is Marblehead teachers are just doing a phenomenal job in very difficult circumstances. So that's the good news on my side from teaching and learning. But to give you a little background before I share my screen, the Department of Education came out in late October with a request to superintendents and district leaders to complete a survey which would allow them to get a picture of where our allocated time was being spent in terms of teaching and learning. So I'd like to share with you, can everybody see my screen? Great.
Yes.
So here is the DESE focus. You can see that in blue. The focus was to ensure that there was a daily teaching hour average of hours of 0.5 and 5.5 across the district. So the 5.0 hours is for elementary and the 5.5 would be for middle and high school. So an average was created for our district, and we were asked to enter data for our 1st, 4th, 7th, and 10th grades for the state. This is a sample of what we were asked to complete for each grade level. We were asked to share what we were doing hour-wise for in-person instruction, what time was allocated for non-instructional time when kids were in person, the remote synchronous instructional time, remote asynchronous instructional time, and remote non-instructional time. So I worked with building leaders and we broke apart our schedules across the district and we completed this survey. We met, we received confirmation on November 12th that Marblehead had met the expectations given the parameter of the hours provided. The state then came out with an additional request in late December. And the new focus for this second survey they're going to conduct is grounded in their ongoing and growing concern around student social emotional health and well-being. And they recited for us some concerning statistics around hospitalizations, adolescent depression, increase, things that they're seeing across the Commonwealth. And so with this upcoming survey, they are asking districts to ensure that students have at least 35 hours of live instruction over the course of 10-day period. So that that is a combination of in-person and remote synchronous instruction. So if you can see, remembering back to the first slide where we, the hours that were spent with asynchronous instruction counted towards that 5.0 and the 5.5, it no longer does. So the work ahead is making minor shifts to ensure that we get to that 35-hour across the district. The second component of this new survey is that all students must have an opportunity to interact each day with teachers. So there are situations or have been situations such as remote Wednesdays when our students did not have access to an adult each day. So we have received feedback from the for Marblehead specific to our first survey and where we need to make some changes in order to meet the requirements for the second survey. And so the feedback from DESE was that Marblehead needs to increase the average of overall additional minutes of live instruction needed per day across the districts is 27 minutes. So again, this is an average. So across our district, schools needed to increase live opportunities for instruction by 27 minutes. So again, meeting with principals and talking with teams, it has become abundantly clear that we are already meeting or exceeding most likely the 35 hours because so many things have changed since that late October time when we submitted the initial data. For example, at the Glover and Coffin, in order to get to that 27 minutes, we are going to represent a couple of changes. One is working mask breaks so that we have mask breaks built into the schedule, but now instruction will continue during those mask breaks. And in actuality, I'm hearing from principals that happened long ago, that kids came in, they adapted, the resiliency of kids is phenomenal. And so those instructional minutes have been happening for quite some time. Another addition will be 15 minutes. The students will log on 15 minutes earlier in the afternoon for instruction. So I believe they log in at 1:30. Now at the Glover and Coffin, they'll be logging in more around 15 minutes earlier, most likely around 1:15. At the Village, they are going to also eliminate one of the mask breaks. Again, kids are just not needing them as much as they did when they had to transition and get acclimated to the new situation. They will also be logging on 15 minutes earlier for afternoon instruction. And they're also adding an additional live allied arts block. I'm going to go back because I didn't include that when I spoke about the Glover and Coffin. They will also be adding a synchronous integrated allied arts block for all students that are in the remote setting. So that ensures that all of our students every day see a Marblehead staff member. Veterans Middle School, their plan is to lengthen in-person classes by reducing passing time. Same thing is going to happen at the high school. We built a little bit more robust time in there to transition kids. We weren't sure how hallway transitions were going to happen. We wanted to make sure that there was time for that so that we didn't have kids bottlenecking at certain stairwells. Well, again, that's been shifting for a while. Kids have gotten much better at it, and there is no longer that need for such a lengthy amount of time in between classes. So that's already been shifting. Also at the middle school, they will be changing dismissal from 12 to 12:15, which again, that it has been a 12:15 dismissal, I believe, but I can't remember. Matt Fox explained that one to me, but that made perfect sense. And also adding Friday afternoon advisory for all cohorts. And so that will, again, ensure all students see an adult every day. And also at the high school, there is a plan to add 2 minutes per class on Wednesdays to get us up to that 35 hours across the district. So a lot of good thinking, a lot of good things already in place, and the data is close, if not at 35 hours. The new survey, the new practices have to be in place by January 19th. Our principals assure me that many of them are already in place, but the ones that are not in place will be starting next Monday, well before the January 19th date. And the second survey will be coming out for district leaders sometime in February for us to go back in and update the information for the state. So at this time, I can take any questions if you have any.
Sarah?
So I just did a little bit of quick math. The requirement to add 27 minutes average per day of, because they're looking at it over a 10-day period, it looks like we were short 4.5 hours over that 10 period of live instruction, which is about 13% under their target goal requirement. Mm-hmm. Is there a requirement to make that up, or are we okay looking back as long as we meet it from the point moving forward?
Yep, there's no requirement for making anything up. We were told on November 12th that we had met the given expectation.
Okay.
Yeah.
They just moved the goal post,
yep.
if you will.
Yeah.
How does this pertain to live instruction at the high school for the remote cohort? Some of those students never ever have a live interface ever. Yeah. Which is another issue that I think we need to discuss. But how does this requirement meet that?
So that's a great question, Sarah. And I followed up by asking the state directly. I went to their hotline and asked that. These requirements are only for your selected model of instruction. So where we are a hybrid model, that is the average that they take. It is not for the students in the full remote model. However, in speaking with principals, they value the need for face-to-face time for all students, and they are working to make that happen. So,
okay,
yeah.
I'm glad to hear that, because we've identified the reason for this is because of that social emotional need. Yeah. And those students, I would argue, perhaps have a higher even need because they're so isolated. And I want to make sure that we're meeting that.
And your principals agree.
Okay. Does advisory count towards live instruction?
It may not count towards the live instruction, but it counts towards that face-to-face time that the state is looking for.
Okay. I'm actually really happy to hear that. I just anecdotally in my own world, I know that the advisory went from daily down to twice a week at Village. And I know that my children get a really, really, that plays such an important role of their day. And they were really sad to see that piece go away. So I just want to make sure we don't see that go away more, because I know not every kid gets this, but I've seen the social emotional benefits of that advisory period.
Yep. And I think the teachers enjoy that as well.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So will we see more live instruction in that of new material in that afternoon block? Because I don't see necessarily new material happening in that afternoon block. It's a time to come together. I've seen, we do a read aloud. Sometimes there's new instruction depending on the grade level, but as a whole, I haven't seen a ton of new material presented in that block.
Are you talking about elementary?
Yes.
So I'm not sure about what content is being covered at those times. I'm just looking at it logistically for the hours of live instruction, and it is considered a live instructional block. I'm just not sure about what content is covered. That would be more a question for principals.
Okay, and that's probably, too granular for us. I just want to make sure we're maximizing every minute these kids have with someone.
Yep. Sarah?
John did. Sorry, he was trying to get my mute button.
I just wanted to jump in. Nan made this point, and I want to make sure that it was clear. The way the state is doing this is a bit convoluted because they are taking grade 1, 4, 7, and 10 and the average. So when Nan says 27 minutes, that is the average across the district. So there could be a school that is at 36 hours, another school that is at 31. And so they're saying across your 4 grade spans, there is an average of 27 minutes. So they make it seem like that it's 27 minutes across your entire district. They're presenting it as 27 minutes across the entire district, whereas it's not all grade 1, all grade 4, all grade 7, or all grade 10.
Yeah, I think it's interesting. I'm actually surprised at that 27 number, because I think you had sent out at some point an email that had a list of all the schools in Massachusetts, and it sort of had purple and orange and comparing remote to asynchronous to synchronous and in person. And it was a little difficult to read, but in the bar graphs, it didn't seem as though it seemed as though we were doing far better than many, and certainly within the realm of average. And quite frankly, I think it seemed, when I was looking, I would compare to kind of the usuals that we compare to, and we were kind of, right in the ballpark. So I'm surprised that at that 27 number, quite frankly. Megan?
Just have a logistical question, and if it's too detailed for this call, that's fine. We can talk about it another time. But just looking, because I have students in the elementary grades, I can talk about that in more detail. So if we just look at the elementary piece, by having them start 15 minutes earlier, how does that work with the change that was just implemented this week of having them start at 12:30 to do an asynchronous allied arts project and, at least in 3rd grade, Lexia work?
Well, I think we're talking about the in-person and I guess I'm not sure if I understand your question, because the students are following a full remote schedule right now. So when we go, what we're talking about now is what we will see on Monday.
Right, and it was my understanding that they are now, instead of starting at 1:30, which is what they were starting at previously for that last 45 minutes or whatever with their teacher, they are meant to start now at 12:45 and do an asynchronous allied arts assignment. And then in 3rd grade, anyway, it might be different in the other grades, Lexia. So my
Yeah,
understanding was
what
that is-
Megan's saying is happening. We're all getting homework, if you will, for the parents to do with the kids every day.
So I
that we
guess,
actually start
I guess,
15 minutes earlier.
I guess I'm not clear if this is something that is going, my understanding is that the logging in
It logs in at 1:45.
at 1:45,
12:45.
at 12:45. So I'm not sure if what we're talking about is full remote specific, or, and that we did, when we went full remote, I did ask principals to ensure that students got more exposure to the allied arts because of the extended amount of time they were going to be in full remote in terms of a day. So that may be what you're seeing there. Because
something was definitely
Okay,
lost.
so I guess that piece just needs to be clarified because
Okay.
that wasn't, as a parent, I can say that wasn't clear. My understanding was that as of this Monday, that is what they're meant to do. They're meant to log on at 12:45 going forward, not just for this week.
No, I think
So
it was
that's-
just this week in remote.
I thought it was
And
just
then
this
on
week.
Monday, it'll
Yeah.
go back to the hybrid schedule.
So I
Thank
guess
you.
that just wasn't 100% clear.
Okay.
At least it wasn't clear to me.
Well, things
So
I
changed
do agree
before
that it was
remote.
unclear.
Okay, I apologize for being unclear. The leaders and I all had a conversation
Independent
about.
was at
Sir, you can't
12:45.
unmute yourself. This is a, thank you.
So the leaders and I did meet and we talked about having a meeting with teachers, helping them get their schedules developed, and then to send a communication home with that to families. So I apologize if that did not happen in a way that helped you understand that allied arts schedule. And when we go back to the change on Monday, I will ask principals tomorrow to make sure they send a communication home over the weekend with the traditional, a custom that's already been designed hybrid schedule that the students will follow starting Monday.
And I apologize. I think we did get too granular, but I think you happened to just hit 4 elementary school moms.
Yeah, no,
Luckily, we all have third
that's
graders.
great.
What
That's
just
cool.
happened?
Yeah, there's got to be other confused parents out there too. So I'm glad to be able to clarify that for you. Starting Monday, when your students are back in hybrid, you're both the students that are in remote and the students that are dismissed and then asked to log back on a full on an in-person day will log on 15 minutes earlier.
Okay. Thank you.
I have a
Emily?
question. So, and this is elementary too, just because I live it every day. So the new schedule, synchronous integrated allied arts, what does that mean exactly?
So it is it's again a way for us to get our students to be in front of a live Marblehead teacher.
Okay.
And it is integrated in that we talked about allied arts being able to really do something fun and engaging with kids for 15 minutes. Maybe it's a mindfulness activity. Maybe it's about going through and talking about your daily agenda and what do you need to get ready for your day. And maybe it's about learning or, sharing some musical experience together or doing a Friday dance class or, something to integrate the diversity and the vast funness of allied arts in a reduced amount of time. It doesn't mean having a structured class where kids are going to sit and have a lesson. It's going to be integrated and designed in a way where kids are really engaged.
Okay, so it's not a typical like music, art, gym, library class.
No, it'll be something more integrated in a way that like any one of those examples I just gave. If you wanted specifics, I would reach out to your building principal
Yeah.
and ask, because I'm sure allied art teachers have been planning
Yes.
this whole week of what it's going to look like.
And will that be happening on Wednesday on the day that they have no
Yes.
teacher? Okay.
Yep.
Okay. Thank you.
Great. Anything else? Thank you, Nan.
Thanks, Nan.
You got it. So I will, just in a closing note here, our teaching and learning committee met in the last time we met was middle of December. And we have the intention of meeting again in January. We will be reviewing this structured learning time, going over it with them, and also continuing the dialogue about the different models when and if we're able to come back for more in-person time.
Marla, that's cool. You're doing a good job. Keep it up.
And Nan, if I can just ask that as we look at, the coming months in teaching and learning, that we think about maybe having even a subcommittee of that, where we're talking about where I was saying about the fall and what that will mean in planning for that group of remote children. Because I just want to make sure that we are fully prepared going into that. And so I don't think that we have to take the entire committee down that path, because it's not something that affects the masses, but it is something I think we need to work on that committee.
I think that's a great idea, Sarah. I appreciated you bringing that point up.
All right. Thank you very much, Nan. That brings us to our FY22 budget calendar update. I will, John, turn it back over to you, and I'm assuming the budget subcommittee a bit too.
Yes, the budget subcommittee is planning to meet next week and review a draft of the budget calendar, which will include probably more frequent budget subcommittee meetings that will pull in some of the town people that serve or that participate in that committee. I'll be updating the committee on the meetings that Michelle and I have been having with principals and directors. Michelle is getting ready to put out budget worksheets to leaders the end of this week or early next week. We'll be putting together the budget book and our budget priorities. So it's going to be a pretty busy budget subcommittee meeting next week. Megan, have I missed anything?
I think what we hope to have come out of that, John, is the calendar and also the budget priorities also. So that's kind of the first step. If you remember what we did last year with Bill, starting with those two things. And, we have the NESDEC enrollment information. So we'll drill into that in detail on Thursday as well, because that will obviously drive some of our numbers.
That's a conversation that Michelle and I are having with each building principal, is the the enrollment projections based on that NESDEC information, as well as their anticipated staffing needs to meet the enrollment projections.
Okay. I know last year we met on February 6th and we had our budget workshop with the leadership team and the school committee, and we went through the budget books. So do you have a date kind of earmarked for that? Because we're, a little less than a month out from that.
Yes, I'm hoping to do a workshop maybe sooner than that, depending on when leaders are able to get their budget worksheets back. I had hoped to do them via some extra school committee meetings, but I think you found it helpful last year to do a workshop format. It's a lot if we do all the principals and the directors in one sitting. Yeah. So I might suggest that we split that into two workshops, because that could be upwards of school committee timing.
Yeah. So what we did last year is we did all the building principals and I think special education in that workshop. And then we split like facilities, technology, kind of intersperse those in our in the school committee meeting. So just a thought, as you're putting that calendar together.
Yep. I do have the draft from what you guys developed last year that I'm using.
And oddly enough, I remember the timing. It was my 40th birthday and I was going out with friends. So I remember Bill promising me I'd make it to dinner, and I did. So we were able to get through quite a bit in under an hour and a half. We met at 6 and I was at a 7:30 dinner. So we got through all the building level principals and whoever Megan just said in an hour and a half, which I was impressed with.
Yeah, John, we can definitely have an earlier start that night just for you.
I would never have remembered that meeting as going so quickly because in my head that was like a 3-hour meeting. So
Yeah, I
Well,
remember.
it felt that way other than when I walked in, I said to Bill, I haven't been out to dinner without my children in over a year. You cannot ruin this for me. I give you my word. And I walked out with him and he's like, I told you.
all right, so we'll just kind of sit tight, and after the budget subcommittee meeting, we'll look for probably like an email or something with all those dates.
Correct.
Fantastic. All right, so that brings us along to our winter sports discussion, and I think the reason that we have quite a bit still in attendance here this evening. So, you know, without keeping our athletes up any later, we will start that conversation.
So is there anything that you want me to facilitate? I sent the committee a rather hefty packet of information that I thought would help inform your decision-making. Certainly, Greg Siglarski, as the athletic director, has done yeoman's work in reaching out to the various leagues across the state and talking to them about what they're doing in terms of their league and playing teams that are in the red, what they're doing in terms of spectators. I tried to compile that information. Deanna McMahon went to, I'm going to call it a Maven meeting through the Mass Health Department, and they put that low risk, moderate risk chart together that I copied in color, which is not something that I'm often able to do here. So I was able to send that to you in color, in their guidelines, as well as a very articulate letter from our winter sports captains that they sent to Greg and to Dan, or Mr. Siglarski and Mr. Bauer, as it is professionally titled, to them, that I mean, it is an impressive letter, the depth of research they did and their articulation of their thoughtful perspective. And so I put a cover letter to that, and just indicated that as the superintendent, I support us trying to maintain our co-curricular offerings. And I don't limit that to athletics. Sports are important for sure, but so is band, so is Urinetown, so is the Gay Straight Alliance and the Student Council and the Honor Society and the clubs and activities. And if we can find ways for students to still be engaged in person, I think Mr. Bauer reached out to me last week about the jazz band or the orchestra, if they could be practicing. And my answer is, with your support, yes to that, because I see these as critical components. They're not extra curricular activities. They are co-curricular activities that are equally as important as the academic piece for our students. As I think I said in my interview this time last year, Algebra 2 doesn't bring every child to school. There are other things that bring students to school, not just Algebra 2. So I would appreciate the committee's continued support for maintaining our winter sports program. And I figure you have 100 questions, so I'll stop talking. I see Mr. Siglarski smiling, and I'll open it up, or through the chair, through questions.
Absolutely. Thanks for joining us, Greg. You know, as John mentioned, there was quite a few documents that pertain to this situation, and, you know, kind of looking for the committee to affirm the district's desire to move forward. So I will just kind of open it up for questions.
So one of the things that was noted, and it was a little unclear to me, Greg, in there was this idea of, when do we play competing schools? And we, in the fall, practiced under the guideline of, if a district is red for 3 consecutive weeks, we would not play them. And in your letter, you indicated that through your research, no one else was doing this. What are you asking us for tonight? Is it under the guideline of no play if someone's in the red for 3 weeks, or can you just give a little bit more detail about that?
Sure. So thank you for having me here tonight. The metric I sent you guys, or I sent to Dr. Bucky to send to all of you, indicated that that document that kind of stated the red towns and not being able to play. That was dated on August 18th of 2020. So this was pre-fall sports, even starting preschool, even coming together, and it has been updated since. With that information, myself, Dr. Bucky, Andrew Petty, and Mr. Bauer all met a number of times and came up with the idea that if a town that we are playing competitions against was in the red under the state's metrics for 3 consecutive weeks, we would not play against them. When I brought this to our athletic directors league meeting, I was looked at like I had 3 heads and no one else was doing this. Upon more research, like you mentioned, and what I sent over in the packet to Dr. Bucky, we would be one of the only towns in the state that seems to be doing something like that. A number of leagues that Mr. Bauer and I reached out to, they call it a league of 12, 10 of their schools could be in red, and they all are still playing each other. And if there's a situation where there is a COVID case or a positive contact of some sort, you either cancel the game or you postpone it, or you find someone else who is not playing and try to schedule them on the day of, similar to how we did it in the fall. If we were going off of that metrics there that you had mentioned, we would be able to play Gloucester and that's it. Everybody else has been consecutive red for 3 weeks or more, and Gloucester just came out of the red recently, and we're the only 2 yellow towns.
So to clarify, that is not a regulation of the MIAA at all. That was a homemade regulation.
Correct, yes.
Okay. And then as far as the contact goes, I know that, we received a letter in district that, there had been a positive case during a tryout or a practice. And so therefore the whole team was on quarantine for 14 days, which makes sense because how can you not have had a cumulative of 15 minutes in a sport together? Right. How will that happen? Is there a mechanism in place that, for instance, if we play Winthrop in basketball on Tuesday and they have a positive case that comes back positive on Thursday, where we have different boards of health, what is the mechanism in which then would our team, if they have a positive on their basketball team, then would our whole team be quarantined for 14 days?
Yes, both teams would be, because that would fall within that 48-hour contagious window. Had it been 3 days or more than 48 hours, it would just be Winthrop's team that would have to quarantine, not ours.
But if it's that window, our whole team would quarantine. And then as a district, we would be responsible for now pivoting to educate a team's worth of students remotely for 2 weeks.
That's correct, yes.
Okay.
That's statewide as well. That's not just us making that rule up out of thin air. That's what is the state's rule.
And I do think it's important to kind of hop on that point that's where the letter, for myself, that's where the letter and the emails and such that we've gotten from various students as well as various teams, that comes into play there, is that these kids and their families are telling us that they understand these risks and they understand the consequences, kind of for lack of a better word. And, for what it's worth for them individually, they are accepting of that. The larger picture is a different story.
Which I totally appreciate. And, their letter was so well articulated. However, they're not just making that decision for themselves. If we have, Greg, what's our largest winter team? Like, what's a basketball team?
Basketball limits at 15, hockey's at 20.
So if we have 20 students pivot in the high school to remote for a week or 2 weeks, that could be our tipping point to having to go full remote to the high school for 2 weeks. So my concern is, I admire that those students have made that decision and that commitment and that decision as a family. But that's also a decision we're making for an entire population of high school students, potentially.
So, John,
wait, can you clarify that? connection, Sarah, where you jumped from?
So we have a breaking point at which point we have too many staff and too many students in a remote setting due to quarantine, where it's been talked about once we hit, if we have so many students that have transitioned in a period to quarantine or to, remote setting, we do have a breaking point of what we can provide without bringing everybody full remote. Does that make sense, David?
Except it was my assumption that at the high school, because we aren't able to run those synchronous classes like we are and have, classrooms full of biology and that we've got the Edgenuity and the other systems helping us with remote, am I under the wrong assumption that at the high school, it actually is easier for people to kind of go in and out of those systems because we are not dedicating multiple Marblehead teachers with capacity limits to their classes?
Okay, I just want to make sure that
that's a question though.
That there would be no way that sports would tip us into that having an influx of students requiring remote would tip us into a full remote setting at the high school. But if I can be assured I may have misunderstood.
Can I just ask for clarification on that? Because on John's slide, I see the staffing levels, but I don't see the student in quarantine as a driver for moving into a remote setting. Am I missing something?
Yeah,
I have the same question.
So I think, and again, this is where my question comes in, is that at the high school, that seems to be less of a tipping point because at the lower grades, if you've got one classroom of first graders at the Coffin and at the Glover, and so if we had a team of soccer players at the first grade, and that whole team needed to pull into remote, that a team of 20 kids all of a sudden dumping into one first grade classroom or two first grade classrooms would tip the ability for that classroom to function. We would need an additional teacher as a remote teacher pulling a teacher from in person, and so that's that tipping point. Those are the dominoes there. At the high school, it's my assumption that because of our use of Edgenuity and I forget the other one, that the risks aren't the same there. That it's a much more flexible system.
Yeah, and they're not all in the same grade either. I mean, the 15 students could be 12th graders, 11th graders, and a couple of sophomores.
This may be a mute point. I think Dan turned his screen on so he can clarify, because we're all kind of guessing at what happens there, but he knows, spot on.
Go ahead, Dan. You're muted. Okay, now you're good.
I got the socks that say I'm muted. Thank you. So at this time, in terms of students that quarantine, we've had students quarantine, and sometimes it's self-quarantining, parents keeping students out. So our model as it is, if really we don't move remote to hybrid model. So if a student's quarantine, they stay in the model they're in. So for example, the way our schedule is set up, Wednesday's a full remote day for everybody anyway. Our afternoon classes are remote. So really the in-person time they would miss would be one out of the 5-day cycle, which currently we're utilizing Google Classroom for students to make up work, and teachers have done an outstanding job of being flexible with that in-person time for students to make up that work. So it's a lot different scenario at the high school where they're not going to move a learning model. And we've had a number of students quarantine that are not athletes before, and I'm sure we will moving on. So that helps us, where we don't have to allocate and move teachers and move people around. So hope that helps.
That's great clarification, because at the elementary level, if you go into quarantine, you actually move to a remote teacher for that period. So
Right.
it could push us into remote at the elementary school. So thank you for that clarification.
No problem. We have students that are on other issues too, that are out for a medical or what have you. We follow the same protocol, so.
Just resigned.
Anybody else?
Greg, can you just walk us through what the season dates would be and when games start, et cetera?
Yeah, sure. So our games, we were supposed to start as early as tomorrow, but the PBD basketball team wasn't able to field the team because of a close contact. We're scheduled to start on Tuesday next week. And that's going to go through February 21st. And then we would start the fall 2 season on February 22nd.
Okay. And then can you, in the document that Dr. Bucky sent, there was a whole piece in there about spectators. So can you just kind of explain how spectators will work for our conference?
So some conferences went full conference, no fans, or some conferences went, one home fan, one away fan. Ours could not come to a mutual decision. So it's kind of individual schools are going kind of how they want to. We've made a blanket rule that there's only supposed to be no away fans at any of our games. So no away spectators like it was in the fall. A majority of our schools in our league are doing 2 home spectators per home athlete, like we did in the fall again.
So that's what you're proposing for Marblehead as well.
Yeah, I would say that's what we were thinking, yeah, and hoping to do. It seemed to work pretty well in the fall, and it does seem to do what most of our other peer schools are doing in our league.
Was there consensus in the fall amongst all the schools that we were playing?
Yeah, for the most part there were, but there's some facilities that are smaller than ours. Like our field house is one of the bigger ones in the league, and they can handle the amount of people. A school like Masco has a very small gym, so they're not having any spectators.
So it's more based on capacity issues.
Correct, yeah. Or I believe a town like Swampscott, they just said no spectators, period. So it does vary.
Okay.
And a lot of the fall sports were outdoors.
Right.
Were outdoors.
Yeah.
Do we fall under the guidelines at all for the maximum
the per person
number of
capacity?
People at an event at all, or are schools completely exempt even outside of times for learning?
Even if they were exempt, our field house can hold about 1,050. We would never even come close to that.
No, but I mean, regardless of the size, they've maxed out the number of people that can be in a space together. Like the governor has changed that. So we may be exempt. I don't know.
Schools are magical places. For whatever reason, the field house, we had this conversation with Andrew Petty. I think we determined that we could have around 400 in the field house in terms of capacity limits, which we would never do. And so with the 2, if there are 15 basketball players, 2 fans, we're really trying to limit the crowd size. And I just want to jump in as a former swim coach. We are not punishing the swimmers by saying no spectators, but because it's not our pool, and the same with the ice rink, it's not our ice rink, we are beholden to the rules of those facilities. And so when you see ice hockey no and swimming no, that's not our decision.
Thank you.
And just to be clear on that, the rinks are going to vary with each rink that we're at. It's not necessarily just a blanket hockey rule. Where we're playing in most of our games in Revere at their rink, they have left it up to us and what we want to do. So that would allow, if we're going to go with the 2 spectators per home athlete, then we could do that. If not, there's plenty of opportunities for live streaming of games at both our Fieldhouse facility, which we're going to share out to away fans, and also home fans that don't want to come or couldn't come. And also at the rink, there's opportunities for live streaming as well.
Oh, that's great. I didn't realize that was an option. That's good to know. Thanks, Greg.
No problem.
Do you like
go ahead, Sarah.
Where you're renting like a rink, can we set the parameter that no visiting people come, or is it their rules? If they say they can come, how does that work?
So with the rink that we're playing at, they've kind of left it up to us how we want to handle it since it's our home rink. I know like Saugus, who plays at a rink in Saugus, their rink has said absolutely no fans, period. No home fans, no away fans, no media, no nothing.
And we have the capabilities of busing all of our teams. And then to piggyback on that, my assumption would be that the same piece with the transportation would be okay as it would the fall, where we were allowing athletes, parents to transport them individually, that same courtesy would be given.
That's correct. Yeah, we're still at half capacity for our buses. And if anybody's over 20, which would be only our ski team, we can get them 2 buses.
Okay.
So has there been any discussion about a provision to this that if there's a period that the high school is required to go remote, that we will pause play during that period?
So that hasn't occurred at the reopening. We do talk sports at the reopening, but that conversation has not occurred. I guess, you know, particularly given our conversation earlier this evening, I guess we, you know, assuming we vote to affirm moving forward with this, that if we are voting to take our high school remote for a significant amount of time, that we would also then take up sports. And I guess it would be, why are we going remote in my head? You know, if we're going remote because there's too many teachers in quarantine and we're having trouble staffing the building, but could fully staff a remote situation, then that's different than we've got in school transmission.
I
In my head, at least.
still feel that there is that mixed message of, and I get what you're saying. There's different reasons, but you know, putting kids in-person learning and sports on the same field, and not just sports. I think we need to have a discussion too about what other extracurricular activities are actually going to be available and in what format. I want to make sure that we're not just focusing on the sports kids.
Absolutely. I totally agree with that point. I mean,
Well,
I would say let's cross that bridge when we come to it.
Yeah, I agree.
If we're going to be meeting as a school committee on those decisions anyways, we can very easily add the sports conversation to it.
And did I understand correctly? I mean, John mentioned about those other clubs and activities taking place, you know, where possible, right? Okay.
Well, I think we heard Dan Howell say tonight they're going to be recording and filming a play, right?
Yep.
And that will be a pretty significant undertaking.
Yep.
It's an extracurricular activity, and that was good to hear. So,
Okay.
So given all of this, can I have a motion to support the winter athletic season to proceed forward as planned?
So moved.
Megan moved.
Second.
Emily second. Any additional conversation or questions?
I would just like to once again also recognize the team captains that took the time to put together a letter. It's certainly a learning experience for them to be able to self-advocate and come together like that. And it was good to hear. Whether we agreed with it or not, I think it's certainly a good lesson in civics and something that they will look back on. So a job well done by those captains to come together and reach out.
Yep, absolutely, David.
I also appreciated within that letter that they talked about their commitment to this too, that, you know, they're taking the mitigation seriously. And, you know, in my head, I read that to be, we're taking it seriously both in school and on the court and proverbial court, as well as outside of school, which was refreshing to hear.
I would like to see if anybody would entertain linking the in-person learning or remote periods to pausing on the stop. That is a little bit of a sticking point for me. I just want to make sure if we're in-person learning, then yes. If we can't have kids in the building learning, then I think that it's a mixed message in my mind still.
I think I've got to agree with Sarah Gold in that I think it would, for me, it would depend on the reasons for going into a remote model. And because we will be discussing it as a school committee, that we should discuss it, you know, when the time comes, because I'd hate to make a premature decision based on, you know, data that we don't currently have.
Okay, so what I'm understanding is if we go into a remote setting at the high school, we will discuss it prior as a school committee, and at which time we will revisit sports during that period.
Correct.
Okay.
I'm good with that.
Pardon me, and extracurricular activities, Sarah, as you mentioned, I would assume all.
Yeah, Any extracurricular, but I
Yeah.
actually haven't heard which ones are specifically happening besides sports.
Right.
Would you
All
like
right.
to hear that, Sarah? Would you like Dan Bauer to weigh in with the clubs
That
and
would be
activities
great,
or
I
the
think,
orchestra?
if
I
we
don't
can-
mean to put Dan on
Yeah.
the spot, but you're posing the question and I'd like to get you an answer.
I'm happy to. So on my way home, I ran into 2 students going into jazz band rehearsal, which is awesome. And a number of our clubs right now are meeting on Zoom. They're just doing it, just works out well for them right now. But I've had a few approach me, can we meet in person? And I'm working with them in terms of following the safety guidelines. For example, I'll move back to jazz band and Andrew Scully with the a cappella groups. They're still utilizing the safety guidelines that they have to. A cappella now because you can't sing in school, but when they were outside, they were able to do that. But they follow the same guidelines, and the same would be true with our National Green School Society, the environmental club, the one that I usually tweet out. Although I guess they can't do any cleaning now with well, there's no snow on the ground right now, but they follow the guidelines. They're looking to have a clothing swap at the end of February using the recycling piece, and they're doing awesome. So we're following the safety guidelines with that as well. So they're working with me individually to make sure they can have what they need. I've spoken with the dance team advisor in terms of looking, they typically perform at halftime at basketball games. We just can't do that now, but we're looking for ways that they can do that moving forward. So that's really encouraging to me. And I think that working together for those safety guidelines is really important. So it's starting to move along.
Dan, one quick question on that. As far as the a cappella and choir in general goes, do you know, is there any updated guidance since the fall on allowing those, John?
I forwarded the committee today a call with the commissioner where he alluded to the fact that new transportation guidance, which gets everybody excited, but more importantly, fine and performing arts guidance will be coming from the department. So I don't know if that means that they'll allow singing in school again, but they are wanting to update the guidance for schools.
Good. All right, we've got a motion and it's seconded. I'll call for a roll call vote. Sarah Gold, yes. Megan Taylor,
Yes.
Sarah Fox,
Yes.
Emily Barron,
Yes.
David Harris.
Yes.
All right, that passes 5-0.
Thank
Best of luck, athletes.
Thank you, everybody. I appreciate it. Appreciate
Thank
it.
you, Greg. Thank you,
Thanks,
Dan.
Dan.
Thank you very much.
Sarah, I have to step away for a minute. I'll be back.
All right, sounds good. All right, that leads us to our schedule of bills. Let me find that in my pile. Can I get a motion to approve the identified schedule of bills totaling $3,549,572.50?
So moved.
David moved,
Second.
Sarah second. Any questions on any of that? There's a building project schedule in there, so that's some of the heft. All right, Sarah Gold, yes. Sarah Fox,
Yes.
Emily Barron,
Yes.
and David Harris.
Yes.
All right, that passes 4-0 since Megan has stepped out. Okay, Michelle, I will turn it over to you because we have an approval of a lease for a new bus.
Yes, thank you. So this is more of a formality that I am bringing to you tonight because as John's screen, I believe he just shared to you, our new bus actually arrived today, which was really exciting. So we are anxious to get it registered and insured and on the roads. So we just can't wait. But so this is a formality. Last year at annual town meeting, we were approved for capital funds for the acquisition of a new bus. The town decided to acquire this through a lease purchase agreement. So we're entering into a 5-year lease, and at the end of the lease, it will be ours. There's no buyout on the lease. So I had originally thought the town would be voting this, but the town felt that where it is going to be a school vehicle, the school department should vote it. So we're bringing it to you for your formal approval. And hopefully we will get that all set because we do need to pay for it now that it's sitting in our parking lot. So we will be entering into a government purchase lease with TCF National Bank to enable the town to pay for this bus over the 5 years that I mentioned. Total cost will be $121,918.12. This is not part of our operating budget. It will remain part of the town's capital vehicle fund. And they will fund it all 5 years. So at this point, I'm just requesting your approval of the lease purchase agreement with TFC National Bank as outlined in the memo. And I just
So moved.
All right, I'll just ask for the motion.
I thought she made the motion.
She writes it up for me, so I'll use her memo. So can I get a motion to enter into a lease purchase agreement with TCF National Bank in the total amount of $121,918.12 and to authorize the chair to sign the contract on behalf of the committee?
So moved.
All right, Sarah moved.
Second.
Emily second. Any other questions on that?
Maybe we can get the boosters to put a nice big Marblehead M on the side of that bus, or the magician logo on the opposite side. But yeah, that's definitely exciting. It's well overdue. It's good for the athletic teams. It's good for the students that need to be transported around the district. And yeah, that's great to see. I'm glad to see that lease arrangement and financing work out so that we can get that bus in the district. So,
Michelle, have we found someone to hire to drive it yet?
No, we actually need 3 buses. So this will be our 4th bus. So our 4th bus, which really requires a great deal of repairs, will become a spare bus at this point. And then once we are able to acquire another bus, we will look to trade the 4th bus in at that time and, just keep 3.
But we still don't have enough bus drivers to drive the buses we have.
We have 2 regular bus drivers, but we definitely need a 3rd.
No,
Definitely
we don't.
need a 3rd, yes.
All right, got a motion and seconded. Sarah Gold, yes. Sarah Fox,
Yes.
Emily Barron,
Yes.
and David Harris.
yes.
All right, Michelle, I will come and sign that tomorrow morning.
Thank you. I also did want to mention, just as an extension of this conversation, there was a memo in your packet. It was actually dropped there either late last night or first thing this morning about the request for vehicles for this coming year for the FY22 budget. Really not on the agenda, but I just wanted to, where we had asked for the bus last year, we are hoping to ask for 3 pickup trucks for this year. With the capital request budget for vehicles. The requests are due this week. And last year, initially, we did submit a request for the bus plus another pickup truck. And at that time, we were also promised a hand-me-down pickup truck from the water department. So we were hoping to get 2 pickup trucks plus the bus. And when budget times became tough and we had to make tough decisions, we had the option of choosing between the bus and the pickup truck, and putting students first, we wanted the bus. So we, agreed to the bus, but that left us without the pickup truck that we desperately needed. And the water pickup truck, when it finally became available, either late summer or early fall, we had it checked out by the highway department and really it was in poor condition. So we did not accept that truck. So the 2 pickup trucks we were hoping to get for the current year did not materialize. So at this point, we will be submitting a request for 3 new, I believe they're F-350 pickup trucks with plows, because we are in charge of the snow removal at the school, on school grounds. Most likely these will also be financed with a lease purchase agreement, because that's where the town seems to be moving. And if we are granted them, they would replace a 1999 GMC Savannah truck that we have, a 2006 Ford F-550 dump truck that was hand-me-down from the highway, and a 2007 F-550 dump truck that was also a hand-me-down from the highway department. Because these vehicles just have so much mileage on them and has so much wear and tear, our repair budget just keeps increasing. So I took a peek at our repair budget over the past 5 years, or the past 4 years plus the current year, and we pay a little bit over $30,000 a year, and that has increased slightly over the past couple of years. So really, by requesting 3 new pickups, we're hoping to be able to reduce the vehicle repair budget, because we
Oh,
really
for sure.
don't need to use any. And actually, I should say that the increase in that budget hasn't been as significant as it has in the past, because the highway department is doing most of our repairs for no charge, for no labor charge. So while we have this great relationship with the town and this wonderful, working relationship, they're saving us some money, but the repairs are not decreasing by any means. So I just wanted to give you a heads up that we will be submitting that request. But if you have any questions about that, please let me know.
I was happy to see that. Now, that pickup truck was the one that was promised 2 years ago, correct?
Correct.
2 years. Okay. I just wanted to clarify that.
Yes, we were waiting a very, very long time. And when we finally found it, got it, and realized it was in such dire condition, we did not want it.
So I think this really, really speaks to this long-term policy of deferred maintenance and deferred renewal of equipment. And I'm really happy that we're stopping that or planning to stop that. And I just hope we really try as much as we can to hold strong. We're like, we need, if you want us to maintain our properties, we need the proper equipment to do it. So
absolutely. We're going to try our best.
And that's the queen of hand-me-down saying that, like, enough is enough.
Well, I think you're doing a great job. So,
Michelle, thanks for putting this together. I mean, I think we all knew our vehicles were maybe on the older side, but to see that we've got basically hand-me-downs in a 1999 vehicle trying to do all the work we need to is, I think it's definitely, as Sarah said, overdue. So thank you for putting this together and bringing it to us, because now we can help advocate for it as well. And it'd be great to take that $30,000 and spend it on, tangible educational items that will help our students. So thank you.
Absolutely. Thank you. Great.
All right. That moves us forward into our school committee part. So we've finally, with much anticipation, have the school committee goals in the Dropbox this time around. So as we've discussed in previous meetings, we were going to do a strategic plan goal, a budget goal, and a facilities goal. So Megan, I don't know if you want to kind of read those into the record or talk maybe just sort of that broad overview of.
Can we, Sarah, can we put them up on the screen just so we can all look at them together? Is that easy?
Yes, just give me a moment.
Yeah. And I'll just say that thank you. After 2.5 years, we finally got school committee goals. I don't have to nag anyone about it anymore. So, I just appreciate everyone kind of bearing with me on this. And so they, doing that workshop, I think it was great. Sarah Fox, I know it was your idea to do the team building, and I think I've said before, not normally my thing, but I thought it was a really great exercise that we did, and I think we all learned a little bit about ourselves, had some fun, and then it was a great way to kickstart getting these goals done. So what we decided just for the community in that meeting was to focus on 3 to 5 goals. So this year we're going to start with our top 3 priorities from a school committee. So this is what, as a school committee, we are looking to accomplish these aren't the superintendent's goals. They're really, what is the school committee? What are we going to accomplish really for this year? I know we're voting them now. They're things that we've been working on since July anyway. And then it's what, I guess for me, the end date in my mind would be the end of this school year. And then, when we do our planning in the summer, we could come up with new goals for the, with a new committee and the following school year. So, so the 3 areas that we developed goals on were strategic plan, as Sarah said, facilities, and budget. Sarah and I took a stab at the strategic plan piece, and working with John, because we're probably going at it a little bit differently than we would have, if everything was normal, because our strategic plan is technically up this year, but with a brand new superintendent and a pandemic, there's a lot of things going on. And so John is working through his entry plan right now. And so to kind of do this, and I think, Sarah Gold, we can kind of coin one of Dorothy's phrases where you kind of have to like go slow to go fast. So what we really want to do here is make sure that we've got the structure in place before we kind of kick off the actual work of the strategic plan. And that's what this goal is laying out here. So we want to make sure that we engage a facilitator to help us through this, because with a new superintendent, school committee members who haven't been through putting together the whole strategic plan and making sure that we engage the community throughout, we do think it'd be useful to have a facilitator help us through that. Work with the superintendent to create an advisory group that is inclusive of obviously key district personnel, but also our town and community stakeholders, and then develop the timeline for what, how we will kind of go about developing that strategic plan with an end date. I kind of pushed hard to put an end date there, but I think, John and Sarah made some very valid points about let's get that facilitator in place because we haven't been through this yet. So let's not, we don't actually know what that timeline is going to look like. So let's do that prep work first. I think that makes good sense. And if we can, get a little bit further along by the end of June, then we do that. But this is what we can actually know that we can commit to and accomplish by June 30th. Do you want me to keep going, Sarah, or do you want to stop at each one?
Sure. No, I think you can keep going. I actually am gonna probably back us up a little bit than June 30th because we'll have a new committee by that point. So what I'll probably, just to kind of clarify it, I'll probably ask for the June 3rd is the first meeting of June. So that'll put us before the elections.
Okay. Facilities, it's probably easier for Emily or Sarah Fox to talk through that one.
Sure.
So that was pretty simple. I think we've talked about this idea that the deferred maintenance and the deferred renewal of equipment really isn't working. So we want to develop a long-term comprehensive facilities master plan, making sure funding is properly allocated to accomplish facilities goals outlined. That's a big piece of this because we've actually have had very comprehensive facilities master plans in place for the last, I think, 10 years, and they were updated 5 years ago. The problem is we never attached funding sources, and the best plans without a funding source, it's, a wish. So that making sure we have properly funded these line items is very important. And then the other piece that we felt was important was to perform a biannual assessment to determine if we're making adequate progress. Because in my mind, if you don't look at your goals and assess where you are, then again, they're just wishes.
All right. And then Megan, you want to pick back up on the budget one?
Right. So for the budget, sorry, go ahead, David.
No, I don't want to, I don't know, this might be wordsmithing, but I sort of see the new school as the end of the master plan that started with the high school. And I just want, I don't know if we need to clarify, Sarah Fox, and Emily, it's really about maintaining our facilities, right? It's a facilities maintenance. And I just for others that might read this, it's about maintaining these properties that we have now, I think.
No, at the facilities level, we have a professional facilities consultant on there, and they really did talk about the need for this very intricate plan of a look ahead of what will be replaced in a yearly, monthly, weekly basis, and attaching, because when you look at the one from 5 years ago and 10 years ago, we had a plan, I think it was 2019, we were supposed to replace all the kitchen equipment at Village. And then at this year, we were supposed to do this. And none of it.
I get you.
none of it's happened because we're not funding it. So what you're talking about, I think, is more of the very large scale, what buildings will we replace? I'm looking at, how do we make our district run within our buildings?
Yeah, and I think to I don't know to whose point, to kind of bring the points together, that we're not looking for, the facilities master plan isn't, at this point, isn't going to include building buildings. It's going to include taking care of
what we have properly.
We have at this point, the high school's 20 years old, so it has some maintenance pieces and some larger things. We've got a couple of them, I think, that have some larger things that are starting to come up, and that this goal is making sure that those are identified and funded so that we don't get ourselves into a position that we were in a couple of years ago where we're taking flack for
to oversimplify, it's the idea of you do your oil change, you change your brakes and your tires every so often, and if you don't have a functional, safe car. So it's the same idea that we have these buildings and we need to take care of them and fund the plan to take care of them.
All right.
So can I just ask a clarifying question on these though? So again, I want to make sure that we're all on the same page. So in my mind, these goals are for this current school year. And then at the end of the school year, we would set up, another set of goals for the 21-22 school year. So I guess my question on the facilities one is, can we actually accomplish these pieces? So yes, I know we're going to do the facilities assessment and hopefully, we'll have that master plan, for lack of a better word, but can we actually set up the funding for that?
Well, I think we can outline the need for funding. Like our goal is that we will have this playbook, if you will, and attached to this playbook will be numbers so that when we budget and we plan, we can go and say, okay, for the next year, it will be really easy to say, our plan is, in theory, we should know what our capital outlay is for like the next 5 years, barring catastrophe. We should have a planned idea and not have this, what are we going to do? What do we need this year? We will have a plan of what we're doing, what year to replace things. Yeah. I'm not saying we're going to fund it all in 1 year, but we will have numbers that are budget requirements attached to this master plan.
Okay, so I agree. I just, when I read it, it reads to me as if we're going to basically solve the funding problem by the end of the school year. And I don't think that's possible.
No, I don't think that's what we meant by that.
Okay.
No.
We just, as a group, we are creating this plan for, it's not going to be implemented like this year, obviously, because we are literally creating it right now.
Yeah.
That makes sense.
Okay.
So starting next year, we'll have, a different.
So maybe we just want to wordsmith it a smidge and say, develop a long-term comprehensive facilities master plan to ensure instead of making sure.
Well, or making sure funding is properly budgeted, because this is a budget. This is a facilities master plan book, but it's also a facilities master budget.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. I just want to make sure that we can actually accomplish the goals. That's all. Like that. What we're saying we're going to do, we're actually going to do it. Because I don't want, we don't want to come to June 30th and be like, oh, we didn't do it. But if it's just wordsmithing, then that's fine. And so I guess my same question is around perform the biannual assessment. So.
Well, we do one in the fall when we start up at our first meeting. We talk about what were we supposed to accomplish and what did we or didn't we accomplish. Yep. And then we will do one again at the end of the year.
Okay.
That makes sense.
Okay. All right. Any other questions?
Are we changing any wording on that? I just want to note it.
We can change from properly allocated to properly budgeted.
Okay.
I guess town meeting decides what we allocate.
All right. Sounds good. All right. Budget.
Okay. So for budget for this year, we will determine the priorities for fiscal year 22 through that budget calendar that we talked about earlier with administrative staff. We will develop a budget that supports the educational needs of the district, collaborate with school administration and town representatives, in order to present our fiscal year 22 budget and have that passed at town meeting in May, and provide oversight of the fiscal year 21 budget via regular meetings with administrative staff.
All right.
One question I have about that is that reads to me basically what our legal responsibility is. Like we have to by law pretty much do all of that. Do we want to maybe put in there something about how our goal is that we can more start planning for more adequate needs-based funding?
We can put that in there, I guess, and I agree with.
I know it's not going to
be the statement. It's just how you measure it at the end.
Well, it says needs. Develop a budget that supports the educational needs.
Okay. I mean, I think that we keep talking about, you know, we can only get through one more year. We need to have the override next year. I think at some point we have to put pen to paper and make a goal to actually develop this. Now, maybe it won't be the will of the town or the committee to put that in place, but I think we need to at some point really start to do the hard work of outlining what do we want our district to provide and what does that cost?
Mm-hmm. So do we want to add something in here? Is that what you're suggesting?
I mean, I think it's the elephant in the room for the last 2 years, budget wise.
Yeah, and I would say, you know, we talk about it pretty much every time we meet with, you know, it's not necessarily, for me, it's a joint conversation, right? It's got to be a superintendent conversation, a budget subcommittee, a school committee, and town. And so I guess I don't know that I'd be comfortable saying we're going to definitively go to the town with an override on the state. I don't know that we can commit to that.
I'm not saying develop an override. I think that the first step before we can even say we need an override is coming up with a vision of, which is the strategic plan.
Yeah.
A vision of what do we want to provide to our students? Are we providing that now? If we are, great, we're good. Keep the budget what it is. If we're not, what does it cost to provide the education we want to provide to our students? And I think that exercise, I mean, we keep talking about override and this and that, but we need to do the exercise of what is the, where exactly are the deficiencies? I mean, we hear that we can't do streaming because we don't have the infrastructure. Well, that right there, that's a bullet point. We don't have an infrastructure that supports live streaming. There is a dollar amount that gets us there. I would like to have a budget goal that we start to kind of build this list of what what we need and what it costs to get us there.
Something to the effect of like, begin prioritized list of long-term budget goals, district budget goals.
So let me ask this question. Is it possible to do that without having a strategic plan?
That's the point I was going to make. If it's going to tie to the strategic plan, do we have to do that step first and then?
Right. Because I agree to Sarah Fox, like there are certain things that we know we have to do, whether we have a strategic plan or not, right? So like infrastructure is a great example. So those are conversations we have, you know, that we'll have as we go through the budget process. But if we're talking about kind of a more comprehensive piece that has to tie back to the strategic plan, I question if it makes sense to do that before we have a strategic plan. So I guess it's just
maybe it's that we start to identify our long-term budget goals. Because like you said, we won't have the full strategic plan, but there are some no-brainers like the infrastructure for technology. Now, do I think that we're going to be able to include, that's going to be a big number. Do I think it's going to be included this year in the budget? No. But do I think between now and June, we can identify that and give a ballpark number? Yes. So I think there are some no-brainers, and that we want to start maybe it's just that we start building that list now, and it doesn't get finalized till we have the strategic plan finalized. But I think we really need to start tallying, because I mean, we have these conversations here when we're talking about remote learning, and then we have this other one here, and we really need to start building a trackable list of where our deficits are.
And I think it ties into the facilities piece too.
Right.
There's a long list there.
Right. And
we
so
don't
I guess
have a single item that we need. I mean, we're lacking.
So, okay. So
sorry, Sarah, just one thing on that is, I guess, I feel like those conversations, you're right, Sarah, are all happening, but maybe we do just need one document that just kind of keeps track of everything in one place.
Yeah.
A wish list, if you will.
Yeah, and I think going back to Megan, I'm kind of looking at this like when I do my budget goals at work, right? You know, SMART goals, you know, and how are they achievable? So I thought, at least in this structure, we were trying to look at something that was achievable on a year-to-year basis. And we're now, and I agree, talking about more of a strategic vision for facilities and budget and the schools, and you know, what will the superintendent and the assistant superintendent and the administrators determine the educational needs to be, and what will the facilities team come up with, and what will our new technology director determine the long-term needs are. So I don't know that if it's not on this document, it's not going to happen, Sarah. And
Well, it hasn't, quite frankly, David, not to be blunt, but we've kicked this can for 2 years, and I get we're in a pandemic, and I get this the year. I'm going to finish. But I think that it is a fatal flaw that we haven't started this running list that we're accountable to.
Sarah, Sarah,
David, I am speaking. Have respect to the person speaking, please.
I thought you were done. Sorry, you paused. I totally respect you, Sarah. Don't say that I don't respect you. That's not appropriate. So I'll stop and you can talk.
So I think it's a good idea to add this piece of, because David, you're right. Like we do want these to be achievable, and we're halfway through a year. I also want them to, they also need to, how I'm understanding these, kind of tee up our goals for next year as well. So I think the idea of adding work with district administrators to start to identify a long-term budget goals wish list. And then that tees us up when facilities comes in, when strategic plan comes in, then we've got this other working piece, and they kind of all are going to come together in whatever we decide for next year.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think that as we hit agenda items, quite often, one of these wow moments comes up. Like when we did the cameras, this wow moment of infrastructure comes up, and it just seems very disjointed. It's like, a grocery list, if you will, to oversimplify. When we identify we're in need of something, let's add it to the budget list. And then we really have a running list of our budget goals, to be perfectly honest.
So I would be comfortable adding a piece under here that basically is create whatever district wish list, prioritize district wish list. So we could add that here, and then I don't know who owns it, because it's not, probably John would own it. But I can create a spreadsheet like nobody.
Yeah, and maybe it's on our website. So when things come up, one of us can even say in a meeting, I think this is a good thing to add to our list. It keeps us accountable.
Yeah, we can certainly add that. I mean, again,
organized.
Yeah.
All right, sounds good. Okay, so I've got these with the addition with the wordsmithing under facilities allocated to budgeted, And then the addition of work with district administrators to start to identify a long-term budget goals wish list. So with those additions, can I get a motion to accept the 2020-2021 goals for school committee to be reviewed at the June 3rd, 2021 meeting?
So moved.
Megan moved.
Did you say 2023?
No, 2021.
Okay.
June 3rd, 2021.
Okay. Seconded.
Sarah seconded. All right. Sarah Gold, yes. Megan Taylor,
Yes.
Emily Barron,
Yes.
David Harris,
Absolutely, yes.
Sarah Fox.
Yeah.
All right.
Can I add something?
Mhm.
And you guys can all roll your eyes at me now, but this is like, now I'm really going like whole hog on the project management. But, we don't want to wait until June 3rd to say like, hey, have we done this, right? So like, this should be a living document in my mind that as we complete something, we can kind of like check it off.
Okay.
Right. And so we can just kind of revisit it as, you know, like as we're, for example, as we're giving our budget updates on a monthly basis, we can, you know, David and I can just kind of be like, oh, have we, you know, this is kind of our checklist for our updates, I guess.
Sure. Yeah. And, you know, just remind me and I can put it on as an agenda item too, you know, a couple of times before then.
You know, I love my goals and my project.
Yep. Yep. And this obviously this can go onto the website and I'll have Lisa draw it up. I think, well, I just put it down, but I think it's already on our letterhead so it can go onto our website as well so that the public can access it.
So if I were doing this for my daughter, I'd have little check boxes and then she would check it off and cross it off and circle it.
Well, I'll have Lisa shoot you over the document and you can make it pretty.
I can do my check boxes. All right. Awesome.
Yeah.
All right. Well, thank you guys for humoring me and getting these goals done. I appreciate it. And I think
absolutely. Thanks for continuing to push.
Yeah, you know, anytime.
Megan,
right,
offering to do some of my work. I'm happy to send you more.
Thanks, Lisa.
Yes, thank you, Lisa, as always.
Anytime.
Okay, so we've got that bunch of policies that we had looked at before the winter break. This is our official last viewing of them to vote them. So anybody with any questions on any of them?
Just want to clarify, there's a large amount of public that thinks we're voting on a school name today. I've gotten a lot of phone calls today.
No, we're not voting on that school name today. We will be voting on it. And I fully intend to say I want it voted on either next meeting or at the very last is the meeting after that, but not tonight. So in much more boring work, the policies, any questions or anything on those? All right, then I will ask for a motion to accept the revisions for policy ID, IGB, IHAE, IHAI, and FF.
So moved. Can I do that?
Yes, Emily moved.
Second, I feel like we all are asleep at this point.
Yeah, Sarah seconded. All right, Sarah Gold, yes. Megan Taylor.
Yes.
Sarah Fox.
Yes.
Emily Barron.
Yes.
And David Harris.
Yes.
All right.
Well, Sarah, don't feel bad. I mean, the Cambridge School Committee meeting went till 11:30 the other night, and it started at 6 o'clock, so we're still ahead of them.
Well, I mean,
we're
we're
not be
past
going
4
until
hours.
11:30. Okay, so that does bring us to the school naming discussion. Obviously, we need to name a school. We have kind of sat on this for long enough, so I put it back on the agenda today. And like I just mentioned, I would like us to pick a date that we will vote it. I would like to toss out that our next meeting in January, which is the 21st. But I'm obviously open if that needs to wiggle a little bit. So thoughts on the process, Megan?
I would like us to have a meeting where we can get public feedback and then vote on it the next meeting. I do not want to get public feedback and have to vote on the spot. I'd like to get the public feedback, have time to think about it before I vote.
That is fair. How do you want public feedback? Through public comment? Emails?
I mean, I think emails, I mean, obviously we've got our school committee email and our, that's accessible on our new school committee website. So we're pretty, that's easy. Not everyone can obviously make it to a meeting. So yeah, I think an email to the school committee or public comment, either way, I'd be happy with.
All right, so to clarify a little bit, so next meeting, we would all be bringing a name and reasoning behind a name to put forward. So we'd have basically 5 finalists, unless somebody didn't have any finalist names to add. And then we would solicit feedback in the coming 2 weeks. And then on the February, I think it's 3rd meeting. No, February 4th meeting, we would vote.
So didn't we, back in the day when we put some of the boxes around and we solicited that we received a certain number of votes and there were a top list of names?
Yes, and that list, that full list was dropped in the Dropbox again today.
Right.
Yeah.
But that was not, I just want to be clear though, those were not.
I didn't see that.
Right? Like we didn't.
Those were suggestions.
So it's just like, this is how many people made the same suggestion.
Yeah.
So I would question taking the top 5 because I think just because, like someone could have had a great idea and they were the only one who had the great idea. So I
agree.
And not to mention that as the person who counted it, I'll be honest, like when you saw the names and stuff, we weren't clear on the same person couldn't write in the same recommendation multiple times. We had people who literally, we had 9 from one address, every person's name. I think the dog put the suggestion in too. So those numbers were a little skewed. And then also I heard afterwards that there was, for some reason, misinformation in at least 1, if not 2 of the schools, that you couldn't submit the current schools' names. So I think we have to take that with a grain of salt.
Yeah, that they're suggestions. Sorry, and I did not mean that the top 5. I want each of us to pick a name. And, I don't know whether we want to keep it to the list that we've got of those suggestions, or if we want to be able to bring our own names in. I think that's kind of the final piece to decide here this evening.
I think a lot's happened in the world in over a year. I think a lot has come to, we've had some major moves socially in our world. We've had some major moments. We've lost some important people in our town. I think that it's important to remember that list was really from a world that is much different right now, if you will. And I think we hopefully have learned things over the last year and kind of will look at things through a lens of maybe, what we've learned as a school committee, as a town, and as, just human beings over the last year.
So are we suggesting that we use that as a starting point, but we can add a name? Is that what you're saying, Sarah?
Yeah, if I want to name it the David Harris School, I want that option.
I'd vote for that. I'd vote for it.
All right.
So just a thought on that. So if we entertain public comment before we offer up the names, we won't get any public comment necessarily on names that we might think, but we can hear, or the public can
there's
comment.
nothing keeping from making a motion for public comment at the end of the meeting. I think we had a request for one at this meeting.
Yeah, that's true. So yeah, at the end of our next meeting, we could entertain public comment at the end of it as well, after we've discussed this and get the initial round of public feedback. Then there would be emails, and then, obviously we'll have time to sit and think, and we're coming into the voting meeting with our ideas, but we'll get public comment at the beginning of the meeting on the 4th as well.
And if there's one we've learned this year, there's no shortage of people sharing their opinions on what we're doing via email, text, phone call, bumping into us on our lawn.
So will you hate me if I suggest we present our names at the next meeting with our reasons. Like, I'm assuming we have to come with reasons why we're suggesting that name.
Yes.
Take public comment the following meeting and vote the meeting after that.
I want to get this
I know
done.
you don't want to, I know you want to, I know you want a name. We all want a name. We all want a name. But just so everyone's got the chance and we've got time to, like, you know, think about it.
But also logistically, Megan, we need to start ordering and spacing. They need to, when we're planning the mural right now, we need to, you know, if it's the Fox School, I mean, that's 3 letters. If it's the Thaddeus Kaczynski's thing, like, that's a lot more room on the side of the building. So I think just logistically, we do need to get this stuff ordered, because we don't want to open a school without a name. I don't want to be the reason we open a school without a name.
I definitely do not want to be the chair of the committee that had a school without a name. So,
David, are we pushing timelines? Like, would that hold us up?
No, I mean, to the committee, they want to know, like Sarah said, just for placement, and it's part of the planning for.
I have definitely gotten a few nudges from people other than David.
Yeah. So.
Why can't we say our names and then have people comment at that meeting? And then they can email us, right?
Yeah. And then we have a full 2 weeks to receive, you know, encouragement or
not.
Or whatever else.
Yeah. And then they can republic comment before our meeting if they want to, if they feel that strongly. And then
at the end of the day, we have to own this. And it's not, there's
Absolutely.
no name we're going to say that is not, this is John thinks the calendar is controversial in this town. Like, this is the hot button issue. This is not going to be benign.
Well, we have really teed up January 21st to be a hotbed of nonsense that's presented.
I think I'm going
to ruin someone's family legacy, no matter what way we go.
All right.
So we're all going to show up 21st with a name and reasoning
Just
behind
one
that name.
we all get one choice.
One choice.
One choice.
Narrow it down. All right. Onward and upward. Any liaison?
I call going last, by the way.
Fine, I'll go first. Any subcommittee or liaison updates since last time? All right, pushing us forward. Building project update. David, I think I need, because you got kicked out, I think I need to let you share.
Share again, one more time.
Yeah. All right.
Oh, okay.
All right, there you go. Should be able to now.
Make this happen. Bear with me 1 second. So share screen.
There you go.
Everybody see that?
Yep.
Hot off the press, these photos were taken today. So thanks to Brian Johnson from Left Field. So this is the end of the building you're looking at would be where pre-K, you can't quite see where the playground or the entrance would be. So I guess Sarah, help me out. So this is the east side of the school, and as you'd be driving in and looking at the school, and then the pre-K end, and you can see here the work is progressing down towards the entryway where you would enter into the school and where the administrative offices are. And as you'll see in all of these pictures, the brick is about 95% done as of today. And this area that's even in tarp is the brick has been laid, but due to the weather, they're keeping it covered for the brick to cure, and then it'll be washed. So you can kind of see a little perspective there of how that's looking. And then these silver panels that you'll see in each of the next couple of photos, that's where that Sarah, correct me, what do they call it? Nichiha composite panels.
So that's the brand name. I believe that's the
yeah.
But essentially they're composite to make they're essentially plastic, but they're made to look like wood, and the color we chose, I actually don't know what we finalized on, David, after we switched to red brick. I think it was like a driftwood, almost a weathered wood color, but I don't know
Agreed.
what we went to.
I agree. I think it's somewhere in that range too of color, and I'll try and get an update for everybody on that so you can see that. And then if I scroll down, let's see. Come on. I need to just, yeah, there we go. Go back. So here's the sunny side of the school at 2 o'clock in the afternoon. This time of year, teachers might want to start putting in their requests because this is where the sun will shine along the west side of the school. And again, you can see, you know, the detail to the brick and the windows and the framing, and how I think the contrast of the frame to the windows and everything is just really looking spectacular. These are the doorways that were planned and voted on. You know, we wanted to make sure there were doors on the first floor to the outside. And then you can also see that there will be green space between the roadway and the school. So, you know, you're starting to see how that's all coming together. We're at about 60% of the windows are in, but essentially the windows go in pretty quickly once the bricklayers get out of the way. The windows go in pretty quickly. So 60% of the windows are in, and those should be completed in the next couple of weeks as well.
So just to note, what the other item that's going to go on the back of that building is there will be they're black metal. I believe they're black. They may have been changed to gray though. Like sunshades where it's not an shade, but it's a structure that comes off above all the windows there, and it will add another dimension. So it will break up kind of what is reading a little bit like a factory length of a building. It will break that up. And then once the landscaping goes in, each of those doors will have like a little, anybody familiar with the Bell program, the Bell Organic Garden, each of those rooms will have a small little garden plot out them. So Sarah, you know, Carol Spillane, we used to have that phenomenal garden right outside our children's classroom every day. They'll still have that, because you have to remember that first floor is the kindergarten and first grade the youngest learners. So they'll still have that hands-on experiential learning available to them right outside their doors, which is great.
Yeah. And then the next picture is, so this is going around the back as you would kind of drive up the playing field. And the joke on site, they're calling this the Great Wall of China now, this retaining wall, but it's actually very aesthetically, they've made it look, I'm trying to zoom in on it, blend in to look much like natural granite, and the way that they've, you know, turned the stones and not just laid and offset stones. They've put some of the brick on end, and so it's really looking nice. And then this is the back of the school where the door where you'll actually walk in through the media center. So once all of this finished work is done and all the backfill comes in, you know, there'll be backfill right up to this level, right where that construction worker is standing, and you'll actually be able to enter the school at ground level. So that's what that's showing.
Where David's mouse will be that at the top of that retaining wall will be the organic garden. And then just beyond that will be the playground with the resilient surface.
And these lower entries, this is where some of the deliveries will be received, and then you start getting into the mechanical rooms and the kitchen. So just on this lower area that doesn't have the same windows as the school. And last but not least, since we're late, I wanted to try and this isn't a really good depiction, but I'll talk a little bit about the mosaic. This is where the white is. This is the gymnasium and cafetorium, almost directly positioned in the middle. That's where the mosaic that's being designed will go, you know, half, at least the plan is half on the outside and then half on the inside. We'll get a better picture on that. But the last one I wanted to show, one of my favorites. So this is looking, you're in the cafeteria. So picture that you're down in the cafeteria and you're having lunch, and to the right are the athletic fields and to the left would be the administrative offices. But these nautical windows, as I like to call them, that I think is going to be a really cool design. They've already started to do the sheetrocking, and you can see how those are coming together and what that will look like when it's a finished product. And that, I think that's a really neat feature. And that's the media center on the other side of those pictures.
And then the ceiling in that room will there's a treatment that kind of makes it look like waves that will be in different tones of like a blue and a green. Emily and I have both gotten a chance to see that in the interiors group. And it's really going to be an interesting space.
Yep. So with that, and we do have a meeting next Thursday. So why don't, I mean, you and Emily can tell us, we have a 1-item agenda for next Thursday. And we're going to be talking about interior design, right? That's the
We've spent a lot of time. We've been, I feel like almost weekly, right, Emily?
Yeah. For the last month or so, right?
Yeah, I actually just got an email from him tonight. He likes emailing me on Thursday night. I don't know. So we'll be having another one shortly.
Yeah. And so that's a week from Thursday, where the committee will just get, you know, based on all the work that you've been doing and the feedback that he's received and the changes, and we'll get all of that as a purview to the committee on next Thursday. So that's sort of an additional meeting with just that one agenda item in mind for everybody to be able to see what the interiors are going to be looking like. And that's that.
Thanks, guys.
Can I just say something? Yeah. This is amazing. Like, I feel like it was not too long ago that we were just there doing, laying that last piece of steel, and see how far it's come in such a short period of time. The brick is all up, the windows are in, like, it's so exciting every time that you give an update, David, because you just see such a difference every time we talk about it. And I would say the only downfall from my perspective is that my kids are going to just miss it. Like, it just looks like such an amazing school. I think the building committee has just done like a fabulous job so far. So well done.
Well, we realized in our interiors meeting, I think out of a very large committee, I'm I think only one that will have children at all, but multiple children that will go through that school.
Maybe I'll just hold Josie back. She have 1 year. Well done, guys, really.
Yeah.
I could have a grandson that could go there in 15 years.
You're the only person I know that willfully will like wish them to that point in their life.
I mean, the school will still be young at that point. So, right. All right.
All right. Any new business?
Unfortunately, yes. I know it's so late. I want to go to bed. But I wanted to bring up the idea of, years ago, before everything went off the rails as it did in our district, we had finally gotten to a point where we held 3 times a year these open forums where there was an evening of dialogue with not just the superintendent, but with the school committee. And they were well attended. I don't know if any of you got a chance to go to them, but I was lucky enough to go to all of them. They were well attended. They were respectful. It was very well received in the community. And I think there is anybody that got a chance to see any of these coffees that Jason's been hosting. I think there's a need and a want for them in the community. So I would like to talk about, starting to set those up, whether it's twice a year, 3 times or 4 times a year in a true forum format. And then also I want to talk about, I've gotten a lot of feedback lately We've been watching, we've all, I think, tuned in constantly to the Board of Health. I've always, stalked the selectmen meetings, but we really are the only board in town that won't engage with the public. There is a way to do it. And still, I mean, we had a great meeting this morning where, yes, sometimes you get tough questions, but people stayed respectful. And, John did a phenomenal job of, working through that. And Jason did a great job. And I think that this idea that we don't interact with the public, I mean, we have our business to do. They can't jump in while we're having the bulk of our meeting. But I can't tell you the number of selectmen's meetings I've gone where the chairman has wonderfully said, she has a dialogue with her committee during open comment. If they ask a question, she answers it. They answer a concern. And then I've always seen her at the end say, does anybody have anything else they want to say? And I don't think that's something we should be scared of. I think that there's a way to manage it. And if people get unruly, they get unruly and you stop them and you shut it down. I mean, with Zoom now, it's really easy to shut someone down. But I would like to see us move towards more of a community engagement model, fully realizing we have business to do and it's a meeting and there will be a portion of our meeting that is our meeting.
So can I just,
I mean, that would require a policy change because that is an MASC recommended policy. So it's not like we just create that out of thin air and are like, nope, that's what we're doing. So, I mean, I would say, Sarah, that I would recommend maybe doing a little bit of research into that and talking to Dorothy a bit. And bringing that back.
I mean, there's definitely, I think my understanding in the research I've done is it's a mixed bag, a pretty even mixed bag of communities that have the engagement and communities that don't. But as our policy reads, it is to the discretion of the chair. So you could, as Jackie does, give her committee at any time position or permission to answer a question or, like, for instance, when the chip seal debacle happened, there was a heated, hot crowd and I watched them. They worked through that entire meeting as a committee with their constituents. And it really was an example of how it can work. I would like to be able to answer and give feedback. I mean, we've had students come and speak at the beginning of the year in tears, and we all just sat here stone faced. And that's not a moment I'm proud of. I want us to be able to, interact during, or not. I don't want to say interact, but when appropriate, answer a question, a concern, or acknowledge a comment.
So
okay.
Sarah, can I just say something? So I think this is a worthwhile conversation to have. I don't think it's the right time at new business at 10:30 at night to have the conversation. So I think duly noted, Raise, let's talk about it in earnest. Let's get it on an agenda and talk about it. And I'll come with ideas because, to be honest, when I ran, I was like, let's do office hours. And I kind of still think office hours would be great. So we've got to find a balance between how do we effectively and interactively work with the community in a way that is effective and efficient. Mm-hmm. So the one thing I would say about the public comment is it is now 10:30. We've been at this meeting for 3.5 hours plus an executive session before that. So to add in, when we had 165 people on this committee, to add in that back and forth, I think we've got to get our meetings a little bit more efficient before we can do that. Because to be honest, we're going on 11 o'clock. It's just not effective right now. But that's not to say we shouldn't be engaging with the community. We absolutely should. We just need to find a way and agree on a way that is, like I said, effective and efficient. So conversation I think we should have. I think we should get it on an agenda and we can all.
Yeah. So, okay. So let's look, I would normally say we'll go down the next agenda, except we have the calendar and the school name on the next agenda. So I do want to get, I don't want this same thing to happen. I want to give this that's due. So let's, as John and I look at the next agenda, either the next one on the 21st or on the 4th. We can work to put that on and have conversation and do a little background on how this is managed in other districts.
Yeah, and I think it would be useful, Sarah, if you want to take it on, to talk to Dorothy about, best practices from her experience. She was on a school committee for 20 plus years and now is, an MASC rep. And also, maybe she can kind of point us to districts that do it well. Because I'm sure there's districts that have tried different things, but she'll, from her experience, she'll probably have some ideas of districts that do this really well that we could then reach out to. So I don't know if it's possible to do some of that legwork.
And then maybe while John's coming up with his plan for the calendar to give to us, maybe if he can just, think about, these were separate than typical school committee meetings, 2 or 3 dates that we could put on a calendar to have an open forum. And I think if I recall, they had themes, like one was guided on special education. One was, so it wasn't just a free for all. There was a general suggestion of this is what, I think our talking points will be on tonight.
That makes a lot of sense. All right, that moves us on to correspondence. We actually had a couple pieces of correspondence for this evening. Sorry. John, do you want to take it on the 5 Prince Street land?
Sure. I received an email from someone interested in a piece of property for purchase that is owned by the school department. So I reached out to Jason, and Jason said that it should come before the school committee. And so we put it on the agenda for this evening.
So I think basically this is one of these pieces where it's this small little sliver of land over by Vets. We would have to turn it back over to the town, and then the town would work with it. I think that, and we have that MOU or MOA, whatever it is, with the town on, kind of coordinating pieces. I think that this might be kind of like, as we move forward, and I know we've talked about the land use piece as well, that it's time to kind of touch base with the town side, with the Board of Selectmen. Megan and I are the representatives for that this year. And so kind of calling that, sort of hammering out exactly where things are at with the land piece, and then sort of taking some next steps on that. Because again, kind of like the budget wish list, like we've had multiple conversations now about these pieces. And so if we're going to form a committee to look at land use, let's form a committee to look at land use, but that committee needs to have the town side on it as well. So that's going to kind of be, that's my recommendation. That's what I think we should do.
Yeah.
With this.
As soon as I read it too, I wondered if we wanted to possibly, it's a tiny strip of land, if we had even thought about, would they consider renting an easement, which would maintain control of the land for us, but also bring us in revenue? I happen to know a guy that knows about that stuff, particularly in Marblehead.
Sarah, it'd be useful, this kind of, is an example, but there are other little parcels of land throughout town. Like, we should just have a list of what they all are. Because, we've talked about them a few times, but that's not even a comprehensive piece. Mm-hmm. It'd be great if we could get, I agree, work with the town and put that together and then kind of figure out how we move forward with them and prioritize.
So I'll reach out to Jackie and try to get that ball rolling on this land piece. Because, obviously if we're going to do this, it needs to be turned over at town meetings. So that's all, that process is going to start coming.
Well, and do we want to have a placeholder for a warrant article ready to be voted on at our next meeting? Because it will be the last meeting before the warrant closes.
Yes, then definitely.
And we also have to, more new business. We'll need any other placeholders ready for the next meeting.
Yeah, I think Lisa's got that on, she's got a list that she keeps for what needs to go on what agenda. I think that's on there because she and I were talking about it last time.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's on on our radar for the budget subcommittee too. Okay. We need to do.
But this piece, we might want to just
put a placeholder. Absolutely, because like I said, we've had multiple conversations regarding these things. And then we've got a memorandum of understanding with the Recreation and Parks Department. John, correct me if I'm wrong, but this, and this is also in your Dropbox, this is work that's been going on without an MOU, and so this MOU is just lining it all out and putting it out there so that it's written and respected.
Yes, this is memorializing what is, I think, what Sarah Fox would call an interesting or a uniqueness of Marblehead. The fact that Park and Rec maintains our grounds for us, except for our fields. Bill had talked to me about this, about how unique, there's the word I'm looking for, the setup is in town. And there was never any sort of a formal recognition that this is what you do, this is what we do, this is kind of the, and it's not the right use of the word, but the quid pro quo of the relationship. And so I met with Park and Rec, and they had beautifully outlined this, and we talked about certain points, and then they put it into this correspondence that is coming before school committee tonight. It's nothing different than what has been happening informally for years, but they wanted to formalize it.
So actually, John, I don't mind talking to you offline about this just to save time, but I after reading that, would like some more things added to it. There's a lot that hasn't been being done informally. Like, I know, I'll give you the example, you know, they talk about the flower beds and where the bushes are. I think about this with the new school. You know, parents have been coming in volunteering on the weekends, or, you know, a big fall cleanup. I think, you know, at Bell, Sarah, I think you were there with, and we literally rake. And then I kid you not, I call a contact I have at Park and Rec and arrange a day that they'll maybe try to come pick up the leaf bags. And we need to stop running some pieces of this like a volunteer organization. So I would like to, you know, make sure that there's a little bit more clear in there to make sure that we're not just, you know, mowing the grass, but if we're planting hundreds of thousands of dollars of landscape, we're maintaining the bushes, we're weeding, we're like all of that. And who exactly is doing it, and who is picking up the waste from it. I know it seems nitpicky, but this has been a reoccurring problem for years.
Oh, and I'm coming from a district that had a grounds crew that did that, but there would be local organizations that would say, oh, we'd like to plant flowers here or do this herb garden, and then that group would go away, but those flowers or flower beds would still be there. And then the question was, who is maintaining those? So I think those are important, very important distinctions. Todd, in my weekly meeting with him, was talking about, and this goes to budget, this might go to long-range planning, us having dedicated facilities, or not facilities people, but grounds crews, so that when certain things need upkeep, it can be handled internally rather than having to wait for another town department to attend to it.
Add it to the wish list, John.
Amen.
It seems little, but having been like the person that wound up making the phone call because I did it once as a volunteer and then did it for the next 4 years, like this needs to take place on a regular basis.
Okay, so we need to vote this, but sounds like not tonight. All right, so we'll pump that.
Connect with Sarah Fox on some of the details.
Great. All right. All right, so there was a request for a second public comment. Do I have a motion for that?
So moved.
Second.
All right, roll call vote. Sarah Gold,
Sorry,
yes.
sorry, before we vote though, not to be like totally jerky about it, but can we put a time limit on it?
Yes, I would like a 1 minute time limit on it because it is 10:41. And I, you know, it's, people can continue to talk, but I'm not attending as well as I was at 7, whatever, when first public comment was given. So, Sarah Gold, yes. Megan Taylor.
Yes.
David Harris.
Don't say it. I wasn't muted. Yes.
Sarah Fox.
Yes.
and Emily Barron.
Yes.
All right, if anyone wants to give public comment, please use the raise hand function. All right, I'm not seeing anybody.
no.
Okay, one. I've got Kathy, go ahead.
Hi, I'll keep this really short. I just want to say thank you to Sarah Fox for suggesting the public forum. This has been raised many, many times recently, and it would be lovely to get something more formal. And regarding the new school, it is incredible to me that you have built a school and I still have to change a handle on one of my doors. You have built that school faster than I've managed to get that door handle changed. And I just think that's amazing.
Thanks, Kathy.
Thanks, Kathy.
All right, I see no other hands raised, so I am going to take this opportunity to adjourn us at 10:42. Thank you, everyone.
Officially our longest meeting ever, I think.
Good night.
Don't say that to John.
No, really our longest.
Bye, guys.